The Sabres made it official yesterday. Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million extension. Has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. Sabres and Jets reportedly still discussing a Connor Hellebuck trade after the finish line was not crossed at the draft. If you missed anything at the draft, you can catch up with all the pieces on our website, WGR550.com. In the World Cup, the round of 32, off to an exciting start with 2 finishes by penalty kick. Brazil beat Japan 2-1 in 2 matches. Paraguay beat Germany. And Morocco beat the Netherlands. Those were the penalty kick matches. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1. France takes on Sweden at 5. And Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Tampa court set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. Soon after, the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick and released him. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees fell to the Tigers 7-3. The Red Sox, they beat the Nationals 6-3. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody. It's going to be hot today and tomorrow. I think tomorrow's heat index is 105.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not a great day to go outside tomorrow, I don't think. Today, even, not that far off.
You're playing golf in it?
Yeah. Today.
You're hoping for...
I don't know that I would have said yes for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because even that difference, like 8 degrees, real feel?
The real feel is it. Yeah, the real feel. The
105.
The heat index.
No, I don't think I've ever played golf that hot. I mean, I've played golf in Arizona before, and like when you get to the end of the round, because you have to play early in the day, depending on the time of the year, it would get near that, but tomorrow's supposed to be humid on top of it, and you get your whole dry heat thing, so yeah, no. Tomorrow is like another level, I think.
Well, stay cool out there.
I have a cooling towel. Run into those ever?
Do you get it wet and put, or is it just...
You get it wet and it stays cool. It's like self-cooling. It's not quite self-refrigerating. It's self-cooling.
I thought I saw one that was a hoodie that you don't even have to get wet, but it somehow keeps you cool.
Is it like got the air conditioning vents in there? Like
I don't know.
Herb Street on game day has like an air-conditioned suit.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I think he has like a suit that has like, it's installed like within the suit. So like when they're doing those SEC cities, like in the early season, when it's 100 degrees, they're still out there wearing suits.
So he's like Iron Man, kind of?
Kind of.
He's one of those Batman suits that the actors have that has a fan inside of it?
Yes, yeah. It might not just be him. It might be the whole desk. Or is it the fans, or is it like, if fans would maybe make it like inflatable, which you don't want.
Have you ever seen
cooling tubes or something?
Yeah. The cooling tubes are used like Darth Vader had those, like you were saying. It's the
okay. There you go.
It's like cooling gel pumped around on your skin under it.
Right. So it's less like Iron Man, more like Darth Vader.
I guess so.
Does Darth Vader actually have those in the films as a character, or you're saying the costume itself did?
The costume itself did, possibly as the character. He did.
Why
stuff
did
for
the
major
costume
birds.
itself have to do? Is it because of all their scenes in deserts?
They did. It was just hot in there. Your body heat will just cook you in there. Yeah,
just hot in the suit.
It does look like a suit that would
get warm.
There's not a lot of ventilation in there.
No, and it's dark, so
You'll chime in. What do you got?
I saw a lot.
Hold on. Owen watched something on YouTube about cooling suits.
No. This was real life experience over the weekend. I was at a music festival outside, hot. It was hot. It was supposed to rain all weekend, and then it didn't. It was like
That's
80
how
degrees.
That's how it's the hottest, when you're just begging for the sky to burst.
That's exactly right. And what I saw was a lot of people with fans on necklaces. That's a solid.
Okay.
That's a solid power move. Or clip-ons like under. This is the real power move. Is you clip it to the belt under the shirt.
Yeah.
Oh,
Little
man.
fan under the shirt.
Have you
There's a lot of
guys
that
seen?
going on.
I started to say this and I forgot. There's a device that you put in your bedroom that will blow air up under your sheets and like up your legs.
yes.
Give me that.
Yeah, there's one of those. Like it's like an air
Yeah.
conditioner for your bed, not just your
All right.
room,
Yeah.
but your bed. Airflow in the sheets.
Does
It's amazing.
Does
Interested?
that double as a white noise machine too?
Maybe.
Because I would be real into that.
It
idea.
looks tempting.
The air conditioned suits I'm reading about that they use are not fans. They are water circulating cooling vests that they're wearing. They're
Water
like
circulating cooling vests, obviously. Of
course.
A WCCV. Yes.
yeah, it's ice chilled water through built-in tubing. You fill a bladder with ice and water, and then a battery pump keeps the water flowing through your torso.
Have you ever
around
been
around? Your
Have you
torso.
ever been desperate enough to have a bucket of ice cubes and a fan next to it blowing the cool air from the ice cubes onto
No,
you?
no. What is
that's
this?
happened.
What?
That's happened.
1935.
If you
no.
just don't have an air conditioner, that will work.
you just ice cubes and then
Put
a
ice
fan.
cubes in a bucket and put a fan right in front of it. It will blow the cooler air towards you. That's what air conditioning is.
That's exactly right.
It
It's
is.
just moving
It's a
colder
primitive
air.
version of air conditioning.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That'll work.
I also this weekend saw they had buckets with like some sort of misting thing and then a fan behind that, so it was like cold mist that
Yeah.
was blowing at you. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of that going on too.
Stay cool out there.
Yeah.
Does the mist not work as well when it's super humid? Because you can't like dry off when it's like 100% humidity.
That's a good question.
I will tell you right now, it was super humid and the cold mist was awesome.
Okay, all right.
It was great.
First-hand account.
No, but I know what you mean. Like, well, no, because thinking of like when I would go to Disney as a kid, and it would be we went a couple like once or twice in the summer, which was hot, and they would have the misting fans, and those things were like finding water in the desert. Yeah, like you walked by one of those fans that was blowing mist, I would just stand there for like I would stand there for 10 minutes,
One thing we have
and it's humid there.
in our house, so we have central air. We got it a couple years ago. All the time I'll think, I can't, like, what did we do before we had this? Like, it's so important.
Right.
But if you have a home where the central air is not going to push it to the second floor all that effectively, I have one of those things it plugs in, you put it on your register, and it will pull air up through the register by adding another fan.
Oh, wow.
So you put a fan on top of your register where the heat and the cooling would come out. It works for heat and for cold.
Okay.
And you turn that thing on, and it will suck the air from where
And shoot it upstairs.
Yes, to get it into the room that struggles to get it. It was like $50.
That's worth the $50.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's got a
Need that.
remote.
Yeah.
It's got a remote and everything.
Spending money early this morning. I'm gonna get this
I'm
bed
telling you,
AC,
if you're on a second floor and you feel like you're not getting your share of the cool air, it'll do the job.
I mean, you would need that if you had your the bed fan that sits underneath.
True.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, stay cool out there, everybody. It's going to be hot for the rest of the week, pretty much. And maybe the lake temperature gets up as a result. That'd be nice, Nice, get out there, swim if you want. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, go see Development Camp. Is that open to the Harbor
Right.
Center? Harbor Center is a great
Harbor
spot
Center is
when it's
packed.
summer like this.
Well, everybody's here to see you guys skate. Like, actually, no, it's 100
So
degrees
hot,
outside.
and it's cold. It's cool in here.
Yeah. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. So, watched a lot of the soccer yesterday. Did
Me
you
too.
watch? I did not
It was
see.
an amazing day.
It was an incredible day
Yeah.
of the soccer. I did not see the Netherlands-Morocco shootout because I went to, or penalty kicks, whatever, because
Yeah.
I went to bed. The other one, though, Germany and Paraguay,
Yeah.
I watched that one, and it was incredible. The whole day was great. I mean, not extra time, but very late for Brazil's winner, and I'm enjoying watching people notice that this sport is awesome. Like, I think you're getting a dose of that. And once people out there decide to stop trying to make it better by eliminating offsides and say, like, well, maybe I'll just watch this game, it delivers a lot of drama. And last night was a great example for this. Penalty kicks, good or bad?
Good.
Because it's a
Goodish.
terrible way to lose, or it's a terrible way to decide, and people will say that. But then again, once they go to kicks, I mean, you cannot turn that off.
No, the drama of it is
insane.
Yeah.
Totally insane.
It's better than hockey shootouts for that.
Yes.
By a bit, I think.
Yes. Yes, without a doubt, it's better. And if we try to really hone into why it's better than a hockey shootout, which feels gimmicky, even though the soccer shootout is gimmicky.
Sure.
It's designed to find a winner. Is it because it's harder to make a save?
Maybe like you're expecting them to score
you're like 80% to score every time, 80 to 90% depending on who the guy is, and missing the net. If you miss the net in a hockey shootout, well, the goalie might have forced you a certain way. You miss the net in a soccer shootout, and it's just like, man,
right. Like really,
you're gonna be exiled.
Maybe what it is the hockey shootout is so close to a coin flip that anything that happens isn't really going to catch you by surprise, right? Like, oh, he saved it. Oh, that happens. Oh, he scored. Whereas in the soccer shootout, it's you get a save and it's like, oh, that might be what wins it.
Right.
Because it could just be 5 goals. Now I know yesterday there were a lot, especially the Morocco-Netherlands game at night. I was up. Baby was up a little bit late last night, so like, okay, fine, World Cup's on. Great. And it went late. And they only scored, Netherlands scored 2 of the 5.
That's not.
And Morocco
that's
scored
terrible.
3 of the 5. That never happens.
No.
Where it's that, they hit 2 posts and there were a couple of saves. One guy shot it 50 feet over the net. Not as high over the net as the guy from Germany shot it, though. He shot it 500 feet
to the
over
moon.
the net. Yeah. So when you miss like that, you might have just decided the game because you're not supposed to walk up to that ball and not score. You're supposed to score 80% of the time, 90% of the time, depending on who you are. Also, it's the slow walk up to the ball, isn't it? And it's all the players hugging each other as it's happening. There's more theater to it.
And don't you get the sense that
hockey, it's like one guy comes off the bench and everybody else sits where they are, and
everybody wants the ball in that big moment, but when it gets to a soccer penalty kick, when it kicks, whoever it is, it doesn't even matter. They show his face. It can be Ronaldo in his prime, and he has to really dial into the moment. Like, okay, it's my turn. I just don't want to screw this up. I thought this for Paraguay. Paraguay had 2 kicks to win before they ultimately won in the sudden death round. And when the first guy misses his kick, there's a guy up there to kick to go to the next round. He misses the net. All I can think of was the next guy in the order who thought, I shouldn't have to go. You were supposed to make it, and we were going to go through. And sure enough, that next guy comes up, and what does he do? It gets saved. Like, uh-oh.
Right.
Now I'm a jerk because you missed.
Right.
And then they win in sudden death. It was incredible. And I feel like the penalty kicks are, I don't play soccer at any high level and never have. I kick the ball on the side of the field that my son plays on and think I'm cool. When they do the slow step, bluff, kick, I feel like you're dead in the water. Goalies want you to go slow.
Yeah.
Maybe the opposite of hockey, where when the guys are going in super slow in hockey,
that'll drive you nuts.
That might be really tough. When you're doing the stutter step and indecisive, like I'm waiting for the save. I'm waiting for you to miss. I also just watched Arsenal lose, and they lost on kicks in the Champions League final with guys that couldn't decide where to kick the ball to.
Right.
So
you want a guy to just decide a side and then just run up to it and hit it.
Maybe they're not all good enough. Yeah, you want a guy to just be Erling Haaland, who's just going to say, like, I'm going to bury this 110 miles an hour at that thread of the net.
Right. You're gonna pick the right side. It's not gonna matter. I'm just gonna smash it through your face. Yeah.
Well,
that's Holland.
What?
So the review in extra time didn't ruin the Germany game for you?
Of course, it definitely did. It definitely did.
Goalie interference. Welcome to what we deal with in hockey all the time, soccer.
It's nuts.
Where the goalie gets touched and is this goalie interference?
Well,
is it keeper interference? Did you see Jurgen Klopp's comment on it?
No.
Former manager of Liverpool said, and he's German, so he was, he's bitter. I think he was actually at the game. He said, if that's a penalty, then take Arsenal's Premier League title away.
Oh,
they scored 70%
everybody
of their goals that
complaining
way.
about Arsenal getting on the goalie. Oh, geez. Shocker. I haven't heard that one all year. A lot of Jurgen Klopp. I'm sorry.
Little touch on the goalie. That was all it was, right?
It's pretty rough. Well, which is the best and which is the worst overtime format in all sports? Compare them all. All the way from the USGA that used to go 18 holes for the U.S. Open. Playoffs going to be 18 holes.
Tiger and Rocco Mediate.
Yeah.
They played 18 holes.
Or there's the 4 holes. I think the Open Championship is 4, and the Masters is sudden death, and the hockey shootout, and football. NFL football has changed their overtime format every 3 years because they keep running into these little problems.
Yeah.
Like, there's the Josh Allen game, 13 seconds. There's a Super Bowl where the game ends because Tom Brady won a coin toss.
Yeah.
Of all the things we've ever watched in our lives in overtime, the worst one that existed was you could win a coin toss and win a football game.
Mm-hmm.
That was the worst one. And the number of years people spent defending that as just play defense in a league that
it's the
like
dumbest thing ever.
continued to push the rules to one side. Be watching a 35-35 game, like, just play some defense. Like, oh, great, yeah. Anyway, kicks get their fair share of complaints, but man, the drama is so great.
I like the overtime that isn't the golden goal. I like the soccer overtime.
Extra time?
I like extra time leading up to the penalty shootout. Like, because if I get a goal, it's not over. Like, the other team could still come back and tie it. I think you can't do that in a lot of these sports. I think that one, it works. I mean, football does it too, I guess, that way now, right? Like, in a way. Like, it's not over if one team has the ball. So I don't know. Like, the one I'm trying to decide if I like it or not and want to put it up high would be like college football's format. Back and forth and back and forth. You get so much scoring. They can go forever, though. Like, I would maybe put soccer number 1. Or hockey playoff overtime. Because of its ridiculousness and how long it can go. And the longer it goes, the more drama I get. I mean, the part, though, there is, like, it is the playoffs, so you'll never get the 5-on-5 played till it's overtime unless the stakes are that high in the first place. But the hockey playoff overtime would be up there for me. Like, that's where you get legendary moments all the time in that sport. And like, more so than, I guess, NBA or football, like, game-winning touchdowns, whether they were in overtime or not, is almost kind of like a...
Yeah, they're often...
So I might forget if it was in overtime or if it was, like, in
Sure.
the fourth quarter. Whereas hockey, like, I remember if it was overtime because the game ends that second.
NFL overtime can often be a little bit anticlimactic in that, hey, they got the ball down to the 13-yard line. Like, okay, here they go. They're gonna get in for the touchdown, or they're gonna kick a field goal to win. Like, this is the moment. Anyway, 803-0550 if you want to join us on that. 1-888-550-2550. Netherlands knocked off by Morocco on kicks, and the Netherlands goaltender kicked one of the balls into his own net accidentally. Mm-hmm. Tough play there.
And Germany falls. They have not made the final 16 in 3 consecutive World Cups. They didn't get out of the group stage the last 2, and this one, if they hadn't expanded the tournament, maybe they would have got out of the group stage, but they lose in 32.
Yeah. So,
not going well for them.
No, it's not. More games today. Good games today. They're all good games. It's just tons of fun. Take your calls on, anything you want if you want to throw something at us about overtime formats and all this. Extra time and kicks. And Morocco gets through on kicks. Paraguay gets through on kicks. Netherlands and Germany, respectively, out. And Brazil was down 1-0 to Japan at one point, if you watch that game.
That game is close.
Don't sleep on Japan. Now you can. Now they're out.
Morocco really wasn't a big upset, though.
No.
Right? Like, Paraguay was. Paraguay was a massive upset.
Yeah.
Morocco, I saw stats that they outpossessed the Netherlands. It was the highest by an African team in a FIFA World Cup knockout match ever. And it was the most possession an African team ever had against a European nation. They had 70%. Like, they deserved to win that game. They were better than Netherlands. And they made they're not the quarterfinals. They made the semifinals last World Cup. So, like, they're a top team for sure.
803-0550. U.S. plays tomorrow night against Bosnia. And yes, the U.S., of course, like, beat up Paraguay pretty good. And there's Paraguay beating Germany. So do you feel better about the U.S.? Maybe you do. Josh in North Tonawanda leads us off this morning. Josh, good morning.
Good morning, guys. First time, long time. We love the show.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah. So I was calling about the Hellebuck ideas, and I would rather get a forward than a goaltending. I'm all for going for it. Like you gotta make a move this off season to do it. It's just, I would rather get a Marchenko or, obviously Robertson would be the cream of the crop. But I'm a season ticket holder, and I've sit close to the banners, and I've also seen Miller and Hasek let in pretty shaky goals to end the postseason. So, I mean, you can get the best, but obviously we all know hindsight's 20/20. But it is what it is when it comes to goaltending sometimes. So I think I'd rather get a Marchenko and go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. One of the questions I would have would be, can you get him?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of what we are talking about with Hellebuyck versus Dylan Larkin or Matthew Barzal, or Marchenko or Werenski, whoever, like you name it, Austin Matthews. There's who can I get? And in the case of Hellebuyck, the report is he would waive to come here and be here under contract and try to win.
Mm-hmm.
And with Marchenko, I don't know that he wouldn't. I haven't seen the Sabres link to that really at all.
Nope,
which they could be, but I haven't seen much of it yet.
He might be another one of those guys that was drafted by Yarmo, right?
Mm-hmm.
2018, second round. Yeah, that would fit.
He's 25 years old, 67 points. Like, he's your Tuck replacement if you were to get him.
Yep.
I would not be against that idea at all. But
Yep.
I just don't.
He's costing probably more than Tuck is. Like, they're talking $11 million for him, like what Dorofeyev got. So be ready for that. I wonder if there is a Tuck replacement coming. It depends. I mean, if they're not getting Hellebuyck, then yes, I think there is some room for that guy coming in. But if they trade for Hellebuyck, which I still feel like they should be considered the favorites to do so, then they're done. They're out of room. They have $10 million in space, $3.5 million to upgrade to Hellebuyck, and let's say $4 million to Zellweger, which is less than Kesselring got, so maybe it's even more than that. And I've got $3 million left. Like, I can add something. I could just keep Krebs, by the way, and then now I'm out. Like, I could do something really small, but you got to decide. If you want Hellebuyck, then there is no Tuck replacement coming. Tuck replacement is the kids. And if you're not trading for Hellebuyck, then I guess you still have some room, but it's not. I don't think they have $11 million right now unless you're willing to shed a Zucker or someone else off the team, which is probably what they would have had to do for Tuck. If you wanted to sign Tuck to $10.5 million, you would have been able to do it. You just would have had to find a way to get rid of like Jason Zucker's contract or Ryan McLeod's contract. So you can replace Tuck, but I think you've got to make a corresponding move with it. Especially a move that big. Marchenko's going to get paid a monster contract.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be any of these star forwards. That's going to be free agency, too. Like, I saw an ESPN article this morning. Ryan S. Clark, who I guess there's another Ryan Clark there that covers the NHL, Ryan S. Clark. And, like, it was what each team needs to do to earn an A+ for free agency. And he mentioned Anthony Mantha for the Sabres. He scored 30 goals last year. He's going to cost $9 million a year, maybe. Like, I think these moves are. I don't know how likely it is that they're going to go invest in a forward that much that is not one of the top guys.
Yeah, in terms of room, they're a little bit tight now. And
it's just this year.
If UPL went out and Hellebuyck came in, that eats up 3. But what if Josh Norris is in that deal?
Well, then
all of a sudden I've got a lot of room.
Then you can fit whatever you want.
And how about, do you want Anders Lee? Anders Lee is an unrestricted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good player.
Yep.
Right? No doubt about that. He would bring a veteran presence. He's 35.
He was the captain of the Islanders.
He's about to be 36. Yeah. And maybe they decide to get a veteran-type player.
Boone Jenner, who's come up.
Mm-hmm.
Another Yarmo guy.
Anders Lee, 20 goal scorer, 19 last year. The previous 4 years, he was 28, 20, and 29.
Yep. Ended Sam Carrick's season last year, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to sign up for the notion of I shouldn't get a goalie because I've seen goalies lose before. Like that. Everybody loses. Almost every team loses in this competitive sport. And the Sabres could have an A-plus offseason and finish in the exact same spot that they just did, right? If you had 32 moves at the deadline, one by each team, and then you only judge that based on who wins the Stanley Cup, you'd say the teams making moves at the deadline, there were 31 failures and 1 victory. And you could say that for off seasons, and you could say that for drafts. Like it gets tough to evaluate what you do by, well, we didn't win the whole thing, right? So I want to be careful on that. My Hellebuck trade meter is just simply this. I know how to spell his name.
Yeah, there we go.
Like, I've got it. I've got it.
How long did that take? It's really just where the Y goes.
It's Helly. Yeah, right.
You got to figure out where the Y goes.
In fact, I have to write it out. It's one of those names I have to write it out. Yeah. The Y is in the middle of the buck.
Yes.
That's
right.
That's how I know. The Y is in the buck. It's like
It's not before the buck. It's in the buck.
It's like Hellaby CK.
There's a lot of people that say it like hella Buck.
Yeah.
So you think it's right after that B, but it's not.
No, that's right. That's right. I know how to spell his name.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's love.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I learned how to spell this dude's name. I'm writing it all the time. I think it's a tremendous idea for them to do it, and I don't know why we have to treat it like it means they're first off, their forwards, it's the depth of their team. We could say their superpower is their defense, something that gets said all the time. Now that Byram's gone, I've got 3 defensemen I can count on in this young guy from Anaheim, and an overflowing amount of forwards. I have too many forwards. So whether that's 3 guys go out so 1 guy can come in, you want Marchenko, okay, what can you get for McLeod, Zucker, Norris, and then you bring Marchenko in? I don't know if that's necessarily the best idea, but I'm certainly not saying like Hasek gave up a goal, so I don't want a goalie.
Right.
Like the guy won 6 Vezinas, and here's Hellebuck who's won 2.
And a heart.
And a heart 2 years ago. I don't know what's going to happen here, but the Winnipeg side of the conversation is interesting. We've got some clips from the Overdrive show, them talking about what Winnipeg wants to do, is going to do. There's maybe a deadline of today on a couple things. UPL's trade protection kicks in tomorrow.
Right.
Same with Josh Norris. That's tomorrow. So if Jarmo wants to make a move, including either one of those two, like think about the leverage here. Think about the musical chairs. If Jarmo knows, I got to get UPL out of here if I'm going to get Hellebuck. All right. And I don't think he's going to be a part of the deal for Hellebuck. And his no move clause kicks in tomorrow. I'm going to deal him today. And as soon as I do that, Kevin Cheveldayoff's like, well, now you need a goalie, don't you?
Right.
Right? You can't play that hand too early. Or
the other way, we talked about this yesterday, though, that like it doesn't have to be that Winnipeg would be on his list because he might just want a net.
That's right.
But would the Sabres be spinning that against, like I know if it were me, I'd spin it against Winnipeg. It would be, listen, if you want Luukkonen in this Hellebuck deal, which I think you do, he was in it, and you don't have a goaltender if you trade him, and you're still filled with veteran players, like you're using this to try to make yourself better, right? I'm going to give you Luukkonen. Tomorrow he won't come to you. So
right.
if you want this deal, and I'm your highest bidder at the moment, it dies tomorrow because you don't get Luukkonen anymore.
That might work.
So you better make the trade with me today.
If we're both holding cards, like I'm going to make that trade today. I don't like your deal.
Then they just stare at
and
each
then
other till
tomorrow,
midnight.
it's like better come with a better package now that you've lost the ability to give me the goaltender you want in that deal. It's fun. 803-0550, our phone number. Thanks for the phone call. And there's a lot to get to.
Maybe they want Devin Levi instead.
I saw that Edmonton.
The Levi rumors. I've never seen this many rumors about an AHL goaltender.
Edmonton going for Elvis Merzlikins, maybe.
Yeah.
That could be happening today. Anyway, the NHL offseason's here. Free agency starts tomorrow. And in the chat, practice spelling Hellebuck.
Yes.
Get after it. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So, watched a lot of the soccer yesterday. Did
Me
you
too.
watch? I did not
It was
see.
an amazing day.
It was an incredible day
Yeah.
of the soccer. I did not see the Netherlands-Morocco shootout because I went to, or penalty kicks, whatever, because I went to bed. The other one, though, Germany and Paraguay, I watched that one, and it was incredible. The whole day was great. I mean, not extra time, but very late for Brazil's winner, and I'm enjoying watching people notice that this sport is awesome. Like, I think you're getting a dose of that. And once people out there decide to stop trying to make it better by eliminating offsides and say, like, well, maybe I'll just watch this game, it delivers a lot of drama. And last night was a great example for this. Penalty kicks, good or bad?
Good.
Because it's a
Goodish.
terrible way to lose, or it's a terrible way to decide, and people will say that. But then again, once they go to kicks, I mean, you cannot turn that off.
No, the drama of it is
Insane, totally insane.
It's better than hockey shootouts for that.
Yes,
By a bit, I think.
yes, yes, without a doubt, it's better. And if we try to really hone into why it's better than a hockey shootout, which feels gimmicky, even though the soccer shootout is gimmicky.
Sure.
It's designed to find a winner. Is it because it's harder to make a save?
Maybe like you're expecting them to score.
You're like 80% to score
up.
every time, 80 to 90%, depending on who the guy is, and missing the net. You know, if you miss the net in a hockey shootout, well, the goalie might have forced you a certain way. You miss the net in a soccer shootout, and it's just like, man,
Right, like really,
you're gonna be exiled.
Maybe what it is the hockey shootout is so close to a coin flip that anything that happens isn't really going to catch you by surprise, right? Like, oh, he saved it. Oh, that happens. Oh, he scored. Whereas in the soccer shootout, it's you get a save and it's like, oh, that might be what wins it.
Right.
Because it could just be 5 goals.
The Sabres made it official yesterday. Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million contract extension. It has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. Sabres and Jets reportedly still discussing a Connor Hellebuck trade after the finish line was not crossed at the draft. If you missed any of the draft, you can catch up with all the pieces on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup, the round of 32, off to an exciting start. Brazil beat Japan 2-1, and 2 matches came down to penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany, and Morocco beat the Netherlands. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1, France takes on Sweden at 5, and Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Tampa court set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. Soon after, the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick and release him. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees, they fell to the Tigers 7-3. And the Red Sox beat the Nationals 6-3. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Or spoke with the media, would not confirm or deny that Hellebuck has asked to be traded. But let's say he doesn't. If, like, Winnipeg, I think all 7 Canadian markets are sensitive. They're very and hypersensitive today compared to where it was even a year ago, right? Especially with American players and the perception like they don't want to be here anymore. How is that going to work? Like how do people in Winnipeg react if Hellebuck, they feel like he's still there next year on protest?
The Overdrive show, to that point about Canadian teams being sensitive, little note to sneak in here. Beck Malenstein's contract includes no trade protection. And saw this tweeted out. Reported,
well, like he has a no trade clause.
Yes.
He has trade. Yeah.
He has some trade protection, but it's not an unlimited no move clause.
Right.
What he has is in year one, it's a full no trade clause. Mm-hmm. You can't trade him in year one. I feel like that's entirely any contract you sign. If it were against the rules to trade them within a year, I think that'd be fine. Mm-hmm. But whatever. He has a full no trade in year one. And then he has a 7-team no trade list. Mm-hmm. And without knowing specifically who the teams are, I saw as soon as Puckpedia mentioned that Beck Malenstein is a 7-team no trade list, someone commented, just say that you don't want to go to the Canadian teams. There are 7 of them. Like, oh, yeah. Yeah. A 7-team no trade list. Is that just no Canadian teams?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it is, but it's quite the number to just pick 7.
He's not alone, by the way. The 2 most recent contracts before that, both Zach Benson and Josh Doan, when they get their no-trade clauses, which is down the road, they are 7-team no-trade lists. Benson doesn't get one until, interestingly, Benson doesn't have anything until the 5th year of his deal.
And then it's a 7-team.
And then it's a 7-team list. Doan doesn't have anything for 3 years, and then it's a 7-team list.
It is very interesting not to have 5 teams or 10 teams, but just 7 to all of a sudden be this magical number that GMs are settling on with their players.
The likely reason they don't have those earlier, by the way, is they can't have them until they would be UFA age. So they need to be old enough to earn that right. So that would make sense.
Okay.
But as soon as they are, 7 teams.
Right.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why Power doesn't have any trade protection for a few years either. He has a 5-team list. So there might be 2 teams, Power in Canada. He's from Toronto. He might say, I don't want to go to Canada, but I would go home. So, I don't need Toronto on the list.
Or maybe he signed before every player in the league just decided they weren't going to Canada.
Maybe.
It's all of a sudden, it's the rage. It's the thing. No Canada. 7-team no trade list is no Canada. So, it's
tough times for. I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
some.
You know when it will really hit the fan and when it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews,
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's. Yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the 2 biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though, like the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are good, great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Tkachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Tkachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Tkachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
803-0550 is our phone number if you want to give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We'll get you juicy rumors today. Take you through your morning as it gets hot and sweaty out there. Bob is up next. Hey, Bob, good morning.
Hey, guys, got a contrarian view on OJ being in the Wall of Fame. I guess nobody's for it. And I get it because most people aren't old enough to have seen him. But if you did see him, he is one of the three best Bills of all time, right? I mean, without a doubt, it's Bruce, JA-17, and OJ are the three greatest Bills of all time. But I think in the larger picture, to me, it's why kids don't like social studies anymore. Because we whitewash history. We can't be honest with kids. You know? It's like you kids can't. Jeremy, you have kids. Can you personally handle the fact that OJ was one of the greatest players of all time, and he probably killed two people? I think you can handle that. I think people can handle that. I actually think kids could handle that too. But we don't allow that in school anymore. We whitewash history, and as a result, kids think social studies is boring. Well, I think one of the reasons it's boring is because we don't want to tell the truth. And I think if we did...
I would say this, like, can't you teach your kids the truth and not put his name on the stadium? Like, that's pretty easy to do. Can you think you could handle telling a person, here's the truth about this guy, that's why his name's not out there? What do you mean, what do you lose?
Well, let me tell you what you lose. You lose what I think is the greatest season that is not honored in running back history. One that...
all right. I mean, I'm going to use your words. Do you think the people that you tell that can handle that? Like, why isn't his name up there? Why don't we honor a running back that had one of the greatest seasons ever? Like, because he killed two people. We're not going to honor a person that killed two people. Like, I can handle that. That sounds like a full story and handling of history.
Not one of the greatest.
Okay, the greatest. He could have run for 4,000 yards. Let's make it 4,000 yards. Can you handle the truth that I'm telling you that we're not putting his name up there because of that?
But in 14 games, 2,003 yards will never be broken.
Great. Congratulations.
But you're not only now you're disrespecting the offensive line. You're just saying,
no, you're not.
You're not.
You didn't. That season did not exist.
Joe D's name is still going to be in the family circle,
and in Canton, like
that is not. But that season is going to be lost. That season in honoring that season, that will not. There'll be no part of that 2,003 yards and 14 games will not be honored at all in the new stadium. Is what you're saying?
Sure. That sounds
well. That's a problem. That's whitewashing history. Your kids will not know about that.
I'm very comfortable with my kids not knowing about a 1970s running back season. I'm very comfortable with that. I'm not concerned about that. And if they ever ask me like who's OJ, I'll let them know and then tell them the whole story as it is, and I don't need the person's name in the stadium to tell them the story. That seems pretty easy. Why do I need his name in the stadium?
I don't think there's a good reason to have his name in the stadium. His records are still. When James Cook breaks a record 2 years ago, whose name is he breaking? It goes around everywhere. It was an OJ record that he broke. Like those names are still in the record books, but when you're in the stadium, it's about honoring the individual as much as it is the career. And sorry, you lost the right for that.
Yeah, I mean, I thanks, Bob. I appreciate the phone call. Just the line of reasoning for me just doesn't really work. You want to put it in there because that's your opinion and you're entitled to your opinion. I do not think it is necessary for Bills fans that are born today, that are born 10 years ago, to know about that season. You don't actually have to know everything, and you say that's like whitewashing history. Not really. The history could be we don't actually honor him because of this. I thought about this yesterday, this general notion of like whitewashing history. How deep do I want to go here? I thought about this yesterday during the Germany game because I've been to Germany and I went to Dachau, a concentration camp, and went through it. And those are still standing, and you can see those, and those are not destroyed. Which Bob will make the point: if you destroyed them, you'd be whitewashing history or whatever the phrase you want to use. Instead, they are there to remember what happened. And that's an important message to say, like, let's remember that these things did happen. We're not going to pretend these things did not happen, and we will keep them open to remember. To me, that is an important historical lesson, and that is important to have for a country to own up to what it did. The Buffalo Bills do not have to do that for a running back. So, I don't know. If that contrast is ridiculous, then I'll own that maybe it is. But I thought about it yesterday during the Germany game because also when I was over in Europe in 2010 and toured that concentration camp and we're over there for the World Cup, we were riding on a train from Paris to Amsterdam in the midst of the World Cup, and one of the women working on the train, everyone's talking about the World Cup, and I asked, like, who are you rooting for? And she said anybody but Germany. Like, why? And, well, the war. Like, that's what this is. 2010. That's a history lesson. O.J. Simpson does not have to be part of my history lesson. O.J. Simpson is not someone you have to learn about in social studies. That's not what it is. The Holocaust, on the other hand, like, maybe you should learn about that in social studies. But O.J. Simpson, nah. So there are things in history that you don't want to forget. And then there are some that you're just like, actually, we don't have to honor a running back from the 1970s. So appreciate the call. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So, watched a lot of the soccer yesterday. Did you watch? I did not.
It was an amazing day.
It was an incredible day of the soccer. I did not see the Netherlands-Morocco shootout because I went to
Z-Bar
kicks, whatever, because I went to bed. The other one, though, Germany and Paraguay, I watched that one, and it was incredible. The whole day was great. I mean, not extra time, but very late for Brazil's winner, and I'm enjoying watching people notice that this sport is awesome. Like, I think you're getting a dose of that. And once people out there decide to stop trying to make it better by eliminating offsides, to say, like, well, maybe I'll just watch this game. It delivers a lot of drama. And last night was a great example for this. Penalty kicks, good or bad?
Good.
Because it's a terrible way to lose, or it's a terrible way to decide. And people will say that, but then again, once they go to kicks, I mean, you cannot turn that off.
No, the drama of it is
insane.
Yeah.
Totally insane.
It's better than hockey shootouts for that.
Yes.
By a bit, I think.
Yes. Yes, without a doubt, it's better. And if we try to really hone into why it's better than a hockey shootout, which feels gimmicky, even though the soccer shootout is gimmicky.
Sure.
It's designed to find a winner. Is it because it's harder to make a save?
Maybe, like, you're expecting them to score.
You're like 80% to score every time, 80 to 90%, depending on who the guy is. And missing the net. If you miss the net in a hockey shootout, well, the goalie might have forced you a certain way. You miss the net in a soccer shootout, and it's just like, man.
Right, like, really,
you're gonna be exiled.
Maybe what it is the hockey shootout is so close to a coin flip that anything that happens isn't really going to catch you by surprise, right? Like, oh, he saved it. Oh, that happens. Oh, he scored. Whereas in the soccer shootout, it's you get a save and it's like, oh, that might be what wins it.
Right.
Because it could just be 5 goals. I mean, they're they still got good teams up there, right? Like
Some.
you know when it will really hit the fan and it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews,
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's. Yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the two biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so, though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like, one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though. Like, the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are good, great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Tkachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Tkachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Tkachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Free agency in the NHL begins tomorrow. Last day of June today, June 30th. Happy birthday to my daughter yesterday. She turned 2.
All right, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. A lot of birthday parties the last couple weeks, for our family at least.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of summer birthdays right now. I went to a 1-year-old pool party
Yeah?
over the weekend. Yeah.
Kid birthday parties can be fun.
Yeah. Especially now that I have one.
Right.
Little extra juice to it.
Sure, yeah.
Not that she's like, she wasn't going in the bounce house. Not yet.
It's going to be hot today. Hot. The first round of bids for the Seattle Seahawks were due today. If anybody wants to buy the Seahawks, get those bids in. They're for sale.
Bids?
Bids.
What do you mean?
Buy the Seahawks. Bid on the Seahawks.
Right, like selling the team.
Yeah. So,
I know, I thought for some reason I thought you had them doing what the Packers did. Like they're selling to the fans or something.
Oh, right, yeah. No, nothing like that. Inside of a month away from Bill's training camp, that'll be July 29th. Very exciting. Yeah. All right, we'll get back to your phone calls. Juicy rumors, the latest on the Connor Hellebuck sweepstakes, Hellebuck watch. Now that we've got in talk, out of talk, we've got to design some sort of Hellebuck meter. The Hellebuck trade.
The sense of Hellebuck. No.
We'll workshop it. Needs a snazzy title.
We need a title. Yeah.
Highway to Helly.
Oh.
That's a good start. It's a good start.
Now, can we make it like the meter some sort of road, though?
I'm sure Owen can do a lot of things. We got to get the right song.
Yeah.
Highway to Hell, like, it's AC/DC.
Mm-hmm.
Could do that.
Mm-hmm. Also, World Cup of Joe returns today.
World Cup of Joe is back. That's great. Great to hear that. 6 teams. So it's easier.
Yes.
Only 6 teams playing, not 8. All right, 803-0550. If you want to give us a ring, you can chime in on the OJ topic that Bob brought up if you want. Or, of course, like the Hellebuck idea, as maybe there's a little bit of a deadline today with no move clauses kicking in. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
some.
You know when it will really hit the fan and it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews.
Right. If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the two biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so, though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like, one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though. Like, the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Tkachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Tkachuk in Calgary. Like
Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
So, watched a lot of the soccer yesterday. Did you watch? I did not see.
It was an amazing day.
It was an incredible day of the soccer. I did not see the Netherlands-Morocco shootout because I went to, or penalty kicks, whatever, because I went to bed. The other one, though, Germany and Paraguay, I watched that one, and it was incredible. The whole day was great. I mean, not extra time, but very late for Brazil's winner, and I'm enjoying watching people notice that this sport is awesome. Like, I think you're getting a dose of that. And once people out there decide to stop trying to make it better by eliminating offsides and say, like, well, maybe I'll just watch this game, it delivers a lot of drama. And last night was a great example for this. Penalty kicks, good or bad?
Good.
Because it's a terrible way to lose, or it's a terrible way to decide. And people will say that, but then again, once they go to kicks, I mean, you cannot turn that off.
No, the drama of it is
insane.
Yeah.
Totally insane.
It's better than hockey shootouts for that.
Yes.
By a bit, I think.
Yes. Yes, without a doubt, it's better. And if we try to really hone into why it's better than a hockey shootout, which feels gimmicky, even though the soccer shootout is gimmicky.
Sure.
It's designed to find a winner. Is it because it's harder to make a save?
Maybe, like you're expecting 80%.
You're like 80% to score every time, 80 to 90%, depending on who the guy is, and missing the net. You know, if you miss the net in a hockey shootout, well, the goalie might have forced you a certain way. You miss the net in a soccer shootout, and it's just like, man,
right? Like really,
you're gonna be exiled.
Maybe what it is the hockey shootout is so close to a coin flip that anything that happens isn't really going to catch you by surprise, right? Like, oh, he saved it. Oh, that happens. Oh, he scored. Whereas in the soccer shootout, it's you get a save and it's like, oh, that might be what wins it.
Right.
Because it could just be 5 goals.
The Sabres made it official yesterday. Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million contract. It has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. Sabres and Jets reportedly still discussing a Connor Hellebuck trade after the finish line was not crossed at the draft. If you missed anything on the draft, by the way, you can catch up with all the pieces on our website, WGR550.com. In the World Cup, the round of 32 off to an exciting start. Brazil beat Japan 2-1. And 2 matches came down to penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany, and Morocco beat the Netherlands. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1, France takes on Sweden at 5, and Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Tampa court set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. Soon after, the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick and release him. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees, they fell to the Tigers 7-3. The Red Sox, they beat the Nationals 6-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Whoa, Elliot.
Yeah, wait a minute. I thought they were coming off
Elliot,
this.
let's land that a little softer. Come on. I don't know how many people would go there now. Whoa. We're getting up off the mat, you know? Just give us a breather. Elliot Friedman on Connor Hellebuck. I thought to screenshot my Twitter profile picture, which is me laying on the ground in this studio during the Mario Williams saga.
Uh-huh.
Like, will they sign Mario Williams or not? That's been my Twitter profile picture since that day.
Yeah.
That is how I feel about this Hellebuck thing. And it's maybe not even as likely. I mean, that was when Mario was here and a free agent. And are they going to sign the biggest defensive end to become a free agent in forever? And, of course, they did. And he was very good. It worked. Mm-hmm. They were not very good, but he was very good. And with Hellebuck, I am refreshing every minute. Like, are they going to get this done, or is this going to be one of those things where I get to, July 17th and they're going to try to convince him to stay? Mm-hmm. They probably do have to worry about if they trade him. Mark Scheifele says, like, that's it for me. We're done here. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
But those guys know already he wants out.
Right. That's right.
So, like, at this point, what's the difference to them? They know their best player wants to leave.
The difference is the best player is either on the team or he's somewhere else. Right? How much of, let's go through the Sabres timeline. Yeah. How much of losing ultimately Eichel, Reinhart, down was, we traded Ryan O'Reilly? Mm-hmm. Right? Like, we did that? We're getting rid of a good player?
Mm-hmm. For picks and prospects?
Yeah.
Basically.
The whole thing about, like, that's when it was reported Dahlin went to management to say, like, what's going on here? It was probably to say, like, let's all make sure. And again, like, that was walked back after the fact. But if any star goes to the manager, the GM of a team, is like, what is happening here? What is the plan? Do you have a plan to win? And if you're in Winnipeg and you're Kevin Cheveldayoff and you trade Connor Hellebuck because he wants to be traded, just be a really tough sell for any guy like Mark Scheifele, who is older, who also might decide it's time for me to try to win. And then all of a sudden you've got this cascading, now Winnipeg is in a full-on fire sale rebuild mode, which maybe they're going to be in next year if they don't do it this year.
That's kind of what Detroit is facing right now, right? Like there's a domino effect. Larkin wants out, and he's not even been traded yet. And they might feel like the most likely team to, like, hold firm through the offseason. And what are you hearing about Detroit? DeBrincat wants out too. And, like, his name is out there and on the market. He's one of the names that's been connected to the Sabres. And, like, Kane doesn't want to go back there now because Larkin might not be there. Like, the whole thing can crumble. Yeah, I don't think teams should be as afraid as they definitely are of, let me bring back the disgruntled star and let me just see how it goes. Let me see if he'll play. I mean, you're basically making a bet by trading him that if Hellebuck did return to my team, he's going to be a massive problem. That he's going to be, not showing up to practice or just saying things in the locker room? Like, what are you really, I guess, afraid of if you're Winnipeg of him returning to your team? It would only be that. Or else, like, why was Ottawa so afraid of Brady Tkachuk coming back? He had 2 years left in his contract, and he wanted out. And it's like, he wants out. We got to get rid of him. I just feel like some teams do it a lot quicker than they really need to. If I had a team that was going through this right now, I think I'd want my team to be doing what the Red Wings are doing. Like, you got to play hardball with him. You could trade him down the road if you want. If he's a great player, his value probably isn't going to go down.
You could play hardball, but once you get the appropriate value that you like for Larkin, is that like the horse is out of the barn? Because you're not going to get, even in a scenario where
that's going to be subjective to what appropriate value is.
But
yes,
most of the time when you get that value back, that value is something that will be better in 2 years.
Right.
That's the O'Reilly trade. That's
right.
Like, all right, these pieces we hope will help us, but we know we're worse today. So 803-0550. Owen has a Twitter question, a poll up on Twitter that I like a lot. I like this question. And he wrote, what's a better bet for the Sabres? The goaltenders running it back and having the same level of success, or the kids effectively filling in the Alex Tuch hole?
Mm-hmm.
What's the better bet? The goalies are just as good, or the kids are able to replace Tuch in the aggregate? And it is 83% the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that, I want to ask you, you put the poll up, is that people simply believing in the kids and people not believing in the goalies? Right? Because, am I just voting against the goalies when I vote the kids? That I don't have faith that the goalies will be the same, even though it's very possible they can be the same.
Of course.
It's the same players doing the same thing as opposed to, newer players coming up and trying to replace a guy that was obviously really important.
Right. And we've talked so much about the volatility of the goaltending position as a whole. I think we saw it sort of the tale of two seasons, where the regular season, I think the goaltending was a massive strength. And then in the playoffs, it caught up to them and they couldn't trust it. And I think it ended up really hurting them. And to me, this is the question of the offseason at this point for me. Like, what are they going to do? I think they've got one bullet left to use here, and what do you want to fix? What do you want to try to improve? And that's the basis of this question to me is like, do you think those goaltenders will do exactly what they did for you last year and be good and win you a bunch of games and get you to a good position? If you do, then I think that your answer to this is easy, and you go, listen, Let's just fill the hole that we have created with Tuch. We've sort of semi-replaced Byram with Zellweger, which I think is a very prudent move. But if we don't think that the goaltenders will do the same thing, then we've got two problems on our hands. Mm-hmm. And which do we think is more critical? And to me, I think if you've got any doubt about what your goaltending could be next year, that's the place you go, because those kids, I think, should give you a lot of confidence that they can, in the aggregate, get you to a better place or as good a place as you were with Tuch. Mm-hmm. And to me, whichever one of those two things you have more faith in, the other one gets your bullet, and that's where you go. And that's what I think Jarmo and his team right now are probably sort of debating internally.
There's a question. One of the first comments under your poll is the Sabres might need both to compete in the Atlantic. We could say which one do you feel better about. They might need both. The kids to replace Tuch and the goalies to do what they did. One of the two might make the playoffs, but you got work to do.
Yeah, if you want to be top 3 or challenge to win the division again, then you probably do need both. I think I would take the goaltending, honestly.
As more likely?
No, it's the one that I would think is more important to them next year. I mean, if they don't replace Tuch, then what am I? Am I still a good offensive team? Like, they've been a pretty they've been top 5 even in the last 4 years, producing offense, scoring goals. Like, what do I become if they don't replace Tuch? And the guy that goes into his spot is a guy who's scoring me 18 to 22 goals instead of somebody that's scoring me 30 plus per year. Like, I don't think that I'm really taking a massive step back. I think I'm taking a smaller step back. I'd be worried about the goaltending, but only half of it. Like, I've got, in the last 4 years, since both Luukkonen and Lyon really became regulars, like what they do. Goals saved above expected, where's Lyon in those 4 years? +1, +5, +11, and +23. So, last year +23 is incredible.
Yeah.
But he's never been in the negative in a full season. Luukkonen is plus 22, plus 19, minus 9, and minus 11. Like, there is so much up and down with Luukkonen season by season. Like, Lyon, I feel like what he has shown so far is at his worst since he's become an NHL regular. He's a middle-of-the-road goalie. Luukkonen at his worst is, like, way lower than that. And if I get that from Luukkonen and he's my goalie next season, then I would be really worried that, like, you could miss the playoffs. And I don't think there's anything that happens at winger that causes me to, that one winger spot that causes me to miss the playoffs. So I think I would say goalie is more important for that.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a big, that's the positional value, right? Like that is the big separator, I think, for goaltenders is that they impact the game in such a way and they can be so volatile that it can be scary. And that's the allure of a Connor Hellebuyck. Like, oh, that's just not a question that we have every year. Pretty much the rest of the league, other than if you've got one of those select few guys, is where we're at. It's, well, what are you going to get? I don't really know. We could get sunk by it. You just don't know where, and you've got an opportunity here to just eliminate that question for the next 5 years for you.
Yep.
And that's a pretty attractive concept, I think, both to fans, like to people like us, to GMs. Like, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Awesome. What do I have to pay you? Because that's a big weight off the shoulders. But there's also, you've got a role of a guy that you clearly that was very important to you that is now vacant. And however prepared you may feel to replace that with the aggregate of all these young prospects you've got, that's not a sure thing in the same way that UPL isn't. So I think it's an interesting debate.
It's also worth pointing out that getting everything to both those things to work, the goalies being the same and the kids replacing Tuck effectively, is still, I don't want the same team.
Right.
I actually have to find a way to be better.
Right.
That's the whole idea, is that I have to be better than I was. So, that's where free agency might come in, whether that's Anders Lee. Is Patrick Kane out there? Kane is going to hit the open market. I don't know if you think that's a good idea.
It is for your power play.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about the rest of it. I also wonder how they view it. Do they view replacing Tuck as the question here, or do they think replacing Thompson is it? Do they view – I wonder if this is going to come with what position does Thompson play. If they think Thompson is going to play wing going forward, you're not wondering about who's replacing Tuck. Tage is replacing Tuck. Basically, like, who's my top line right winger? Top goal scorer on the wing. Tage is going to play wing. Okay, well, that question is answered. Now it's who's my center? And I'm replacing what Thompson has done for me down the middle, which has been regular for 3 years now, 4 years that he's really played primarily center and has only really gone to wing in spurts. And that is going to be the same question on, like, who's replacing them. It's just more about who's playing center now. Is Helenius playing center? Because that's going to be a lot for him to ask, or to ask of him. Like, you've got to be my number one center going forward, because Tage is going out there to replace, and then some, what Tuck did for me. Those goals, like, where they come from, I guess it doesn't matter what position they play, but I think that might be how they're looking at a lineup, is Tage is my Tuck replacement.
Akira Schmid acquired by the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
That's a goalie.
That's right. That's a goalie. That's a team
one.
that is – Bobrovsky's going to free agency now, especially if the Panthers have decided to grab this dude, and they've got 3 guys in the organization. They're probably out on Hellebuyck.
Yes, he's not quite a starting.
He played a lot
caliber.
in the playoffs last year.
Yeah,
he played for Lindy in the playoffs in New Jersey too.
Yeah, and he was good in New Jersey. I like him. He's interesting. He's a buy low bet for them.
Sure,
like,
but
let's
he's
see if we can.
But
do
he's
this.
a body for Florida who's
Absolutely
right now. They look like a super team of forwards. It's got a collection of bets at goalie.
Yes, yeah, they've got pretty much nobody back there. I mean, right now they're if you look at their like cap friendly or whatever, it's got like Cooper Black, who was in the AHL last year and barely playing.
So that's his negotiating rights, because he's an RFA.
Right.
Okay.
So they'll probably qualify or whatever.
Yeah.
They'll sign him to some sort of deal and be like, all right, you're going to be one of our guys. Probably going to fill another one in there. So we'll see what that could look like.
He could be be one of two things. He could either be, we're just going to have two of these guys, two maybes, cheap guys, or he could just be a backup if they find themselves to, hey, we'll bring Bobrovsky back.
Right, or Binnington.
Or they find the assets somewhere to do the Hellebuck deal. Like, he could just be the backup, but
yeah,
it's one of two.
They also traded for Radko Gudas' rights. So
right, yeah.
That's awesome. As if they need to be more annoying.
803-0550, our phone number. It's going to be hot. Heat advisory today. Severe weather warning. Extreme heat. Highs 91. I'll pull up the real feel. The real feel is looking like
close to 100.
95.
Okay.
Right. Tomorrow, the real feel looks like could get as high as 100, 102, 103.
Mm-hmm.
Ken in Rochester. Hey, Ken.
Hey, guys. I was calling about that last caller about the OJ thing. There's a couple of things he's forgetting, obviously. One is there's a big difference between remembering and honoring. All right, we can remember him. He's going to be remembered. He's in the books. He's in Canton, Ohio. It'll be in the books. But to teach people to honor somebody with the actions that he's done, and let's forget, the franchise probably wants to be disassociated with that, not only for the two murders that he was possibly allegedly, let's say, part of, but the rest of his life, the end of his life, the whole Vegas thing, the beating the people, the pistol whipping him, the threatening him for their lives to get his artifacts back, and so forth. I mean, I would ask him if he owned a business, and I don't care if his employee was the best employee on the planet, would he want his own business to be associated with that, to be remembered as, well, that was your best employee, and that's what you're going to boast about? It's called a ring of honor for a reason. And I feel that honorable men and honorable people should be put there. Those are the heroes that the kids should be learned to worship. They can learn about the past by reading in the book about them, but to honor them, to me, that's a different thing.
Yeah. Thanks, Ken. I think of it in another way. Like, if for anyone just waking up, we had a caller call in and say that it's erasing history and, asked, would you be comfortable with your kids not learning about this player and not learning about the legacy? To which I said, definitely. Let me ask you this, like another comparison. When you wear a player's jersey, what are you doing? Right? Would you wear an OJ jersey to a game? Maybe you would. I don't think many people would.
No.
And if I wouldn't, as a person, put it on my body to say, like, I'm honoring this person, would I want that person's name in the stadium? Right? Wearing a player's jersey, like it or not, it tends to bring with it the things that they've done. You're endorsing a player. You're endorsing whatever it might be, whoever that player is over the course of their career, their life. Why'd you get it? You get it because you like them. You get it because you like the way they played. Maybe you get it because of the work they do in the community, right? I think a Deion Dawkins jersey, if you get a Deion Dawkins jersey, could be because you like the left tackle, could be because he did so much work in the community. Mormon jerseys, they're probably there not just because of the punting, but because he did a lot in the community. Like, it's all seriousness. Like, we like to like our guys. The Bills have, in Josh Allen, one of the most likable people in the entire NFL. He's great and easy to root for, and everything he does, he's so, like, we call him a golden retriever. Like, that kind of stuff matters in terms of honoring any player, right? Maybe you liked Alex Tuck because he's from here, Baldensville, whatever. He grew up a Sabres fan. Like, there's a lot of reasons to honor a player, a lot of ways to do it. And when you go out there and grab a player's jersey, like this Sabres team, who are you going to pick? Some might pick Beck Mellenstein, who just signed a contract, not because he scores the most goals, but because they think, I love the way that guy plays. Like, that's what I'm going to tell everybody that sees me in this jersey. I like this. And a name honored in the Ring of Honor, the family circle, is saying, like, this person needs to be honored. This person is being appreciated. Not 2,000-yard season. That's not the same thing. If the Bills had a Bills Hall of Fame, couldn't they do the thing where there would be the 70s and here's the highlights of the season, but the player himself is not honored? Like, you could find a way to do that.
Yeah.
The Patriots have a Patriots Hall of Fame, and I don't know boy, I was there a long time ago. I don't know who the most Aaron Hernandez.
I was just going to say.
Right, if Aaron Hernandez had caught a bunch of touchdowns in Super Bowls and a game winner, maybe they throw the highlight there, but they don't exactly put a tribute to him.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for the phone call.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stain on the organization, really, because his name comes with so much other else. Like, you want to put his name up in the stadium again. Like, that's not. You might want the the 2,000-yard season to be remembered, and that's what people think of when the name is up there. If you watched him as a kid and loved that team and loved that player then, and that's what I want. I want everybody to look at that name and only think of that. But sorry, it's just not reality. And that's going to be a very select few that are even able to do that, or that even watched him as a kid. Everybody else, you're going to look up at the name they put the murderer's name up there. Sorry, that's just what people will think. And I think if you're the Bills, why would you want that? Why would you want to invite that when you can just avoid it?
Yeah.
He lost the right to have the football be what's remembered when you look at that name. So you're just doing what I think is appropriate if you're the Bills.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Cho. Juicy rumors in a little bit. Some Sabres stuff. It was a quiet day yesterday in that department.
For rumors?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't get any moves, I don't think.
It is funny how just a headline on a rumor article can move you. Like hockeywriters.com, the headline is Sabres, it's either close or close on Hellebuck. Either one is good. They're close? Maybe they are, maybe not. But they're still talking, according to Friedman. So
the thing that is still grinding my gears every time I see it is you can't trade for a 33-year-old goaltender. I just don't think he's old for the position. I know that we've talked about it a lot, and not everybody listens every minute of the show. Well, but do people know how many top goalies play well till they're 38 years old?
Travis Yost had the numbers on this yesterday. Let me keep going. Let me find this yesterday from Travis.
Yeah, because it's just example after example after example. It is Fleury, and it is Fleury won a Vezina at 37, and it's Pekka Rinne being a top goalie. He might have won the Vezina also at 37 or 36. And it's Bobrovsky winning the Cup, and it's Luongo. Go look at his numbers in Florida. Everyone back to Florida. He might have finished second in the Vezina at 38. I mean, these guys, he was 35, Rinne, when he won the Vezina.
Yeah.
Just countless examples. How many do you need to see? The top goalies of the generation, except for Carey Price, who had a knee defect,
right,
made it that far.
It's a position that as you get older and you see more and more reps, you get better and better. It is. I've talked about why it's not as degrading on the body. I have not mentioned this point. That is, you learn more, and that position. What's the classic? It's 90% mental. It's all a head game back there. So the older and the deeper you get into a career, the more times you see the plays over and over again, the quicker you can recognize them and the quicker you get on top of them. The first thing that goes for a goalie is their eyesight, like an old person. That's what happens first. Remember Carter Hutton?
Yeah.
He lost his eyes. That was what went. His body was fine, but he just couldn't see anymore. That's what happens to guys. That's probably Luongo. I'm not positive it's for him, but I remember hearing a goalie talk about the thing that got me was I couldn't see the puck anymore. Mm-hmm. Everything felt great. I was able to move how I wanted to. Everything was fine. Lundqvist could have kept playing if his heart didn't go. His heart went out. I mean, these are not classic, Price is the one where you can go his knee rotted away. But it's not a position that guys just fall off a cliff on. You keep getting better.
And Luongo had Vezina votes at both 36 and 38 years old. He finished fourth and 36.
Right. Travis Yost did this. Goalies from age 33 to 37. Mm-hmm. He basically kind of did a 3-year window and a 5-year window for goalies at age 33 forward. We'll get to that on the other side because we're up against a break, and I want to make sure I understand everything that he looks for here. Mm-hmm. And it's, of course, also worth pointing out, Henrik Lundqvist, 33. Is that the same as Cam Talbot after 33?
Right.
Like these were different calibers of goaltenders. But he's got 15 goalies, age 33 on, how they perform after. We'll get to that next here on WGR.
I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
Some.
you know when it will really hit the fan and when it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
And Matthews.
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's. Yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the two biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though. Like the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up Sneaky there, Joe here Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Kachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Kachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Kachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
Sabres made it official yesterday. Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million contract. It has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. Sabres and Jets reportedly still discussing a Connor Hellebuyck trade after the finish line not crossed at the draft. If you missed anything on the draft, you can catch up with all of the pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. In the World Cup, round of 32, off to an exciting start. Brazil beat Japan 2-1, and 2 matches came down to penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany, and Morocco beat the Netherlands. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1, France takes on Sweden at 5, and Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Tampa court set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. Soon after, the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees fell to the Tigers 7-3. And the Red Sox, they beat the Nationals 6-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
McDavid moving in on Hellebuyck. He beats and is stopped.
Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. It's going to be hot out there. Hotter than Hellebuyck in it. No, I don't know. Finish with that. All right, so Travis Yost. I teased this going to the break. The Travis Yost had a piece up about aging goaltenders and what to expect. And this, the numbers he ran, the different goalies that after their age 33 season, that's basically what Travis set out to do. Mm-hmm. And I can give you the 15 goalies he included in his sample and how it went for them. All right?
Okay.
Henrik Lundqvist, Roberto Luongo, Hellebuyck is about to enter this group. Yaroslav Halak, Craig Anderson, Cam Talbot, Freddie Anderson, Jonathan Quick, Marc-Andre Fleury, Ryan Miller, Semyon Varlamov, Bobrovsky, Darcy Kemper, Antti Niemi, Jimmy Howard, and Jake Allen. Okay? Owen, a good swath of some guys that are pretty good, some guys that are great. Lundqvist was, of course, great.
Yep.
Yeah, like you didn't just do all elite guys.
Yes, that's right. It's all guys over 33. And where were they in relation to their own previous percentile, right? Mm-hmm. Versus, then he came up with a composite. Anyway, so what he found was, and what he wrote was, the conclusion. You want the conclusion first? He writes, the base case for Hellebuyck is that he likely remains a good goaltender for several years forward. But the likelihood of him looking like the league's preeminent puck stopper starts to diminish from this point forward. And what he found is that in 3 years versus 5 years, you get a little bit of a drop. But Lundqvist, how was Lundqvist for pre-33? He was in the 95th percentile. The next 3 years, 72nd percentile. 5 years, the 69th percentile. That's still a very good goalie.
Yes.
So he was not 95th percentile Lundqvist. He was still very good. Luongo is the one that's a bit of a cautionary tale. Luongo kind of broke down, and Luongo, 3 years and then 5 years, was below the 50th percentile as a goalie after age 33. Yaroslav Halak, still good. Freddie Anderson, by the way, we just watched him be really good. Mm-hmm. He was actually better post-age 33. Mm-hmm. So was Semyon Varlamov. So was Jake Allen, guys that got better. Anyway, what you see here through Travis is like looking at the likely averages. Hellebuyck will still be above average and good. But in 5 years, you probably don't have the league's best goalie. You probably don't have that in 3 years. Can I suck that out for 1 more year?
Or two.
2 more years?
Yeah.
Really, if you were to trade for Connor Hellebuyck today, and he's got 5 years on his deal, and I said to you, for 2 years, he'll be a top 10 goalie, would you take the trade?
Absolutely.
Yes.
2 years. You're paying the price. that he's going to do it for 5 because they're going to try and get you for that price, you're going to be told for 1 year he's top 10, second year he's top 15, third year he's top 15, and after that maybe it's just like a guy.
Yeah.
Is that a good deal?
Absolutely, I take that.
Yeah, I would do that too.
I guess maybe that's a Twitter poll up there. Like, would you take the Hellebuyck price if it meant for 1 season he's a top 10 guy?
Yeah.
And after that, he's still pretty good.
I will also say, I like that question. I think that's interesting. I would do it in a heartbeat. I think that that's valuable, and I think that the other thing that I want to point out about Hellebuyck specifically, diving into that age thing is let's analyze Hellebuyck himself, his game. He is very he's a reader. He likes to give me the information. I'm going to sit back here and I'm going to know where you're going to go, and that's how I beat you. And that is not a style that is necessarily going to break down because he's 10% slower.
Who on that list do you think is not that?
Was Quick on that list?
Who's the guy that was not the reader that was just, you're going to what, just athleticism or what?
Luongo was a more of an athlete, bigger guy, a little more scrambly at times. So that would be the name I point to there. Jake Allen is very I'm going to read this. I know where you're going to go. Yeah. He doesn't play as conservative depth-wise.
And he played better after age 33.
Exactly, and that's what made me think of it was Allen. Allen is similar to Hellebuyck in terms of they're both known to be very high IQ. And that IQ can grow and will grow as he continues his career and he sees more and more. That's a guy that's just that bank gets bigger. I felt it even as a goaltender at my level. I've seen this play before, and then I see it again, and I know what's happening. I can see this coming, and you get more and more comfortable. And I don't think that process really stops. So I would be very interested to see how Hellebuyck would age in that way, because I think that his game would make him improve.
Greg writes in our YouTube chat, isn't this the same conversation as Alex Tuck, aging out? And I think the answer to that is yes, on different timelines. Hellebuyck, you only have 5 more years of a contract. Tuck just signed for 8. Mm-hmm. And Hellebuck's at a position where the age generally isn't as prohibitive as it is for forward.
Right.
But he is also 3 years older. Which
That's right.
You think could offset the position difference. He also is a higher level player at what he does.
He was
Tuck is a very good forward. Hellebuyck is one of the best goalies.
Right, at his best.
Yeah.
Is the answer to this finding a conditional trade or conditions on a trade where it's the Sabres will offer, the 2027 first and a 2028 second that conditions to a first if XYZ.
Right.
If Hellebuyck is in the top 15 in save percentage for 2 consecutive seasons, minimum 60 games.
Yep.
Like, if they win 2 playoff rounds with him starting the majority of the games, right? If we make the conference final with him in the net, it conditions from a second to a first. I just wonder if that's one way to bridge any sort of, you want us to pay the top price because he's been a top goalie. We want to pay a good price, but not the top price because these numbers would suggest we're not getting the 98th percentile goaltender. We're getting maybe the 71st percentile goaltender. Mm-hmm. So interesting stuff from Travis Yost there.
Yeah, I think they're playing a really, really hardcore game of chicken, Yarmo and Chevy right now. They're waiting for one to blink. I think that's what's happening. And I think they went Friday night, and neither one of them did it. And I think they probably called each other the next morning like, how are you feeling? Are we done here, or are we still playing the game? And I think they said, let's keep playing the game, because I think both GMs are in a position where Cheveldayoff knows that this is not a player he wants on his team right now because of the situation. Obviously, the player you want. But I think these GMs are at a place where it's just, I don't want to deal with it. It's a headache, and it's just too much. Get the guy out of here, and we'll figure it out from there. And Yarmo knows there's not a lot of these big fishes have been reeled in, and I want to do something. I haven't really made my splash. I moved Byram for a great deal, but that's not for right now. I made my team better, and I once again have reinforced that this team is set up as well as any in the league. But I want a new toy right now, and I think they're both just waiting for the other guy to blink.
And I wonder what that offer evolves into, because if Winnipeg wanted, which was reported, for Jack Quinn UPL, and something else on top of that, and that was too much for the Sabres, and they backed off. Now that fourth pick is gone, what does that offer evolve? Like, what is what the biggest offer that seems reasonable could be? Like,
what's
if they trade
here's a question.
Osland a first and Mertka, is that going to be like sticker shock for everybody?
Maybe. What I was just going to ask you is, they didn't want to give up four. Four might have been sticker shock. What is the single, before the draft happened, before the 4th pick and the 20th pick, what is the single most coveted piece Winnipeg could want that you would not want to trade?
Hellenius.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
Same. We all kind of feel that way. We're all over the moon in love with this kid already.
Yeah.
And to me, it becomes as easy as,
well,
I'm not saying you're going to give up Hellenius, but like, hey, the 4th pick is gone. I guess there goes the trade. Like, no, now they're going to ask for Hellenius.
That's exactly what I
And
think.
because that guy's worth more. And the reality is, Osland versus the 4th pick. What is more valuable to Winnipeg? It might be Osland, but if Osland was off the table, they're like, well, all right, we would like the 4th pick. Okay, now you're not getting the 4th pick. Now we have to get back to work, and is Osland on the table? Like, all these sound like big prices. I get it.
And you mentioned like Scheifele earlier, like the other Morrissey, the other veteran Winnipeg guys. Like what would be more valuable to them? Like they would help not have them hit the ejector seat.
McLeod, Osland, somebody that can play today. It's going to be on the team today.
Exactly, 100%. So I think that that could definitely appeal to them. It is worth mentioning that you just mentioned Hellenius, that over the weekend, Darren Dreger did say on TSN that Buffalo has a couple of high prospects, Roddy Mertka being one, Consta Hellenius being the other. Those names have been out there. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the name I would consider just a bit too much for me to say yes to, but maybe that's not true of the Sabres. Dreger saying his name is out there. But out there for what? Is he out there for not the Hellebuck deal? Is he out there for
Robertson, or something like that?
A bigger trade? Because that would still be, hey, the guy's name is out there, but not for the deal that we're talking about.
Right.
I think that should tell you a little bit about what they think of Kulik to me. That makes me think they've got faith there. If they're even thinking about Hellenius, then I think that means that they like Kulik still, and they think that that's going to work. Because if they think that, then that makes Consta a little more expendable.
I would flat out not trade him.
Same.
Consta.
I wouldn't either.
It would be, you're on the phone talking with Shovel Dayoff, you're like, honestly, like, we're not going to waste time. I would like this goaltender from you, but there will be no package that involves Hellenius. Wouldn't do it.
I'm with you. I don't think I would want to touch that kid right now.
I'm a little more open to it than that, but he still would outrank the other guys.
I mean, if you tell me it's if it's going to be like Hellebuck and Morrissey, maybe we can
sure.
But just for Hellebuck, I mean, no, not happening.
But I guess for me, I think he is the most valuable of the prospects. But if you told me that I could choose one of two packages, Hellenius on his own or Osland plus.
What's the plus?
What the offer I just made up? The first round pick and Mertka.
I would rather do that.
Because I would rather keep Osland. I don't think there's as big a gap between those two that is worth two other primary assets that I can either keep or use in other trades.
I just think Hellenius has the higher offensive ceiling.
I think he does too.
That's to me like just.
But also he's played 11. What has he played? 12 games in the NHL.
Yep.
I don't want to do the Devin Levi thing where I put a poll up 5 years ago and everybody said I don't want to trade Devin Levi for Connor Hellebuck. I want to look back in 5 years and be like, I wouldn't trade Hellenius for Jason Robertson straight up, and he becomes a 20-goal scorer.
The massive difference is this gets to where pedigree is a thing. What was Levi, a 7th-round pick?
Right.
Yeah. And Hellenius was like a teens pick?
Yeah.
He was a 14th
first-round pick, yeah.
I'm excited about him, too. I just don't want to go too far. I'm with you. I would not trade him for Hellebuck. But if you told me he's the main piece in a Jason Robertson trade, I would trade him.
I don't want to be crazy, but I might even struggle with that. I think that kid is look at his numbers at his age versus what Osland did, and think about how you feel about Osland right now, and think about what Consta could be.
Consta the Monster, as coined by Joe Kelly. Same.
Yep.
I'm
Yes.
I'm taking his name. I'm deleting his name from the database. You send me the trades. Like, no.
Right, take him off the website.
He's not on the website.
He's a ghost.
He's not available.
That's an interesting rumor, though. Like, if his name is out there, in what deal was his name out there?
McDavid.
Right.
Right, did they call about Matthews?
803-0550.
You might even say
Jordan,
no.
Rob, we'll get to your calls on the other side. World Cup of Joe coming up as well. We'll get to the latest juicy rumors ahead of free agency. We're on Hellebuck watch. A watch comes before the warning. A watch is where conditions exist.
There's an advisory before the watch. Are we past advisory?
We're in the watch.
We're in watch.
I think we're in the watch today because of the July 1st no movement clauses kicking in.
Right.
And then we might have to
Yes, that's
downgrade the watch a little bit before it gets reactivated.
Yep. If you get spotted at a Buffalo airport, it becomes a warning.
Yeah. World Cup games today.
3 of them, and
I'm gonna start saying my Norway.
my Norway.
Norway. Our Norway.
Who purposely tanked the final game of the group stage, right?
Get after my heart.
Yeah.
Look at your bracket and find a better road.
They didn't play their best player because they didn't care to win.
Think ahead of the larger picture and realize that a meaningless game does not need to be won for the greater good. My Norway. They play at 1 o'clock today against Ivory Coast. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
Some.
you know when it will really hit the fan and it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews.
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's. Yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But
Hey, it's Stinky
that'll
Joe
be
here
said.
for new.
If the 2 biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though, like the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are good, great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Kachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Kachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Kachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garflow, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
Give Belknap a ring.
Time for a call? Jeremy and Joe, we're going to get a call in here. Jordan Syracuse been waiting patiently. We're talking lots about Connor Hellebuck and Sabres ideas with free agency just tomorrow. And, of course, trades available. Jordan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Quick question on the Connor Hellebuck trade. So, when I'm thinking and listening to you guys talk, it just kind of seems like Sabres fans, there was a caller yesterday who said, we should just sit and wait on, Colton Ellis and all that and, UPL line. And I just couldn't help but think to myself, if you were to rip the name tags off of all these jerseys and I were to slide in front of you, each individual's career trajectory, would it not be such an obvious decision to try and do everything you can to bring Hellebuck in right now, given the team that we currently have? Sometimes these trades, there's obviously shades of complexity and there's trade mechanics and who do you give up, who do you get, how much cap room do you have? But I just can't help but get over the fact that Hellebuck just seems like the most obvious choice here. And if it's not Hellebuck, then maybe we bring in another forward or something. But, to me, it seems like, at least watching hockey for years, a really good goalie can stop a really good team. And conversely, a really bad goalie can help a bad team advance. So, to me, it's like I think we just bring Hellebuck in and hope that the collective of the young guys can kind of catapult us to the next level of success. Just curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Jordan. I think one of the reasons it's the main talking point, one is they're linked to it, and they have been for almost a month.
Mm-hmm.
I looked back, we had Mike McCann in Winnipeg on June 4th. So it's been a while we've been talking about this idea. For me, it's kind of similar to the Bills. There's not a direct comparison, but it's pretty close, which is went to the offseason hoping, if you can get me Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, great. Mm-hmm. Or if that player you get instead is like George Pickens, great. I'm looking for great players. I think I've got good teams, and good teams with great players win. Where can I get to be elite? What's my road to be elite? And the Sabres have defensemen that could make them elite. They did lose Byram, but whatever. Like I've got the three I've got, I can be elite defensively. Can I be elite at forward? There might be a road to that with all the young guys they've got. And if you think they need one more elite forward for that, like, okay, what's most likely? Can I get Hellebuck done or Robertson done? Can I get Hellebuck done or Larkin done? I'm up for something that has an avenue to becoming elite at something. And Hellebuck might offer that. Might not work. A lot of things might not work. But for me, that's it. I'm trying to find a road to being elite at something. And goaltending last year was a strength for them. They're pretty good. Should I count on it again? We each have our own answer there. I wouldn't be shocked if they were good again in that spot, but I might feel a little uncomfortable. It would feel to me going into a season where the team is potentially this good, running it back with goalie would feel just like a big risk.
Mm-hmm.
803-0550. Thanks for your phone calls. Juicy rumors, the World Cup of Joe, your calls. Also a pretty spicy take on the Bills receiver conversation I saw yesterday that maybe we'll have to visit that. Been a couple weeks since we talked receiver. Get back into it. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
The thing that is still grinding my gears every time I see it is like, well, you can't trade for a 33-year-old goaltender. I just don't think he's old for the position. I know that we've talked about it a lot, and not everybody listens every minute of the show. Well, but do people know how many top goalies play well till they're like 38 years old?
Travis Yost had the numbers on this yesterday. Let me keep going. Let me find this yesterday from Travis.
Yeah, because it's just example after example after example. It is Fleury, and it is Fleury won a Vezina at 37, and it's Pekka Rinne being a top goalie. He might have won the Vezina also at 37 or 36. And it's Bobrovsky winning the Cup, and it's Luongo. Go look at his numbers in Florida. Everyone back to Florida. He might have finished second in the Vezina at like 38. I mean, these guys, he was 35, Rinne, when he won the Vezina.
Yeah.
Just countless examples. How many do you need to see?
Shouldn't
All
we-
the top goalies of the generation, except for Carey Price, who had a knee defect,
Right.
made it that far.
It's a position that as you get older and you see more and more reps, you get better and better. It is. I've talked about why it's not as degrading on the body. I have not mentioned this point. That is, you learn more, and that position. What's the classic? It's 90% mental. It's all a head game back there. So the older and the deeper you get into a career, the more times you see the plays over and over again, the quicker you can recognize them and the quicker you get on top of them. The first thing that goes for a goalie is their eyesight, like an old person. That's what happens first. Remember Carter Hutton?
Yeah.
He lost his eyes. That was what went. His body was fine, but he just couldn't see anymore. That's what happens to guys. Like that's probably like Luongo. I'm not positive it's for him, but I remember hearing a goalie talk about like the thing that got me was I couldn't see the puck anymore. Everything felt great. I was able to move how I wanted to. Everything was fine. Lundqvist could have kept playing if his heart didn't go. His heart went out. I mean, these are not classic Price is the one where you can go like, well, his knee rotted away. But it's not a position that guys just fall off a cliff on. You keep getting better.
And Luongo had Vezina votes at both 36 and 38 years old. He finished fourth and 36. Right.
Owen has a Twitter question, a poll up on Twitter that I like a lot. I like this question. And he wrote, what's a better bet for the Sabres? The goaltenders running it back and having the same level of success, or the kids effectively filling in the Alex Tuch hole? Mm-hmm. What's the better bet? The goalies are just as good, or the kids are able to replace Tuch in the aggregate? And it is 83% the kids. Mm-hmm. Now, is that, I want to ask you put the poll up, is that people simply believing in the kids and people not believing in the goalies? Right? Because, am I just voting against the goalies when I vote the kids? That I don't have faith that the goalies will be the same, even though it's very possible they can be the same.
Of course.
It's the same players doing the same thing as opposed to, newer players coming up and trying to replace a guy that was obviously really important.
Right. And we've talked so much about the volatility of the goaltending position as a whole. I think we saw it sort of the tale of two seasons where the regular season, I think the goaltending was a massive strength. And then in the playoffs, it caught up to them and they couldn't trust it. And I think it ended up really hurting them. And to me, this is the question of the offseason at this point for me. Like, what are they going to do? I think they've got one bullet left to use here, and what do you want to fix? What do you want to try to improve? And that's the basis of this question to me is like.
Sabres made it official yesterday. Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million contract, has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. The Sabres and Jets, they're reportedly still discussing a Connor Hellebuyck trade after the finish line not crossed at the draft. If you missed anything on the draft, you can catch up with all of the pieces on our website, WGR550.com. In the World Cup, the round of 32 off to an exciting start. Brazil beat Japan 2-1. 2 matches came down to penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany, and Morocco beat the Netherlands. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1, France takes on Sweden at 5, and Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Tampa court, set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold soon after the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick and released him. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees fell to the Tigers 7-3, and the Red Sox, they beat the Nationals 6-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Been in this position for Paraguay, but he scores! Paraguay have done it! Paraguay have won it, and they booted Germany out of the World Cup.
Paraguay wins at Gillette Stadium in Boston there.
Awesome moment.
Was it just me, or for some reason am I seeing, because of the way that soccer is shot, I think I get more of the lighthouse in pictures. Anybody else? Am I the only one noticing that? The lighthouse that's there at Gillette Stadium?
I was looking for it during one of the big shots, and I had to, because it's a different lighthouse now, right? It's a bigger one than the one that.
Maybe that's the thing. It's a different lighthouse.
It's bigger.
They changed the lighthouse.
I think they changed the location. It's like behind the scoreboard now.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
It took me a minute to find it when they went to the stadium shot, because I'm looking for the smaller one that was in the corner.
Yeah.
And now it's like big and it's like in the middle.
If you'll allow one quick thing about like choking and chokers, and
yeah,
this is a deep thought here, but if penalty kicks were separated by years, Paraguay's choke in the kicks would have been epic proportions.
Oh, man, they almost.
That was to have missed the last 2 kicks of the first 5.
You were up 2.
Up 2 with 2 kicks left.
You just need one.
Is the all-time choke of chokes, and then they just win it in the next round in sudden death.
Well, because what did Germany put their center back in, and he shot it 50 feet over the net.
Yeah,
that was an odd choice. But right, if they had closed that.
If Germany had come back, it's one of the all-time chokes.
I don't know that I've ever seen someone come back from that situation. I'm sure it's happened somewhere in the sport.
Down 2 kicks with 2 kicks left, and they got it to extras because Paraguay.
Yeah, do we do win probability in penalty kicks? Like, I wonder what Germany's win probability was when they were down 2.
4%.
Oh,
and the idea that you're going to get 2 stops and make both of yours,
right,
is just nuts. And
then the guy to step up to score the winning goal. Maybe it helped that Germany missed and they went first, right? Because the pressure that would have been on that guy after your 2 teammates have just blown the opportunity right before to win it, and now you're up. You weren't supposed to. If you're him and you're thinking, well, I'm going 6th in the order, and you go up 2 after
safe.
4, like there's no way I'm going.
Yeah.
And then you're up, and again, I think it helped him that it was to win it and not to lose it. If Germany had scored right before. Man, that guy would have been in a pressure cooker.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bail your teammates out. You miss this, you lose. And it's the biggest, choke in a penalty kick that we've ever seen.
And then they just win.
And they won.
I like pointing out the whole, whatever. Is that momentum? Is that about choking? Choking is, something we put on when you lose, but then just won.
Did you watch the first half of that game?
Yes.
Paraguay suffocated Germany. I've never seen a team have 80% possession and they were getting dominated in expected goals. Paraguay was like 0.4 and Germany was like 0.09. They had 80% possession and they were 0.09 because they couldn't do anything.
It's one
that
of
was
the
the
things
same team the U.S. broke down.
We heard about the U.S. After the U.S. beat them 4-1, all I heard was how good Paraguay was defensively.
Right.
And I thought, really? Because the U.S. cut them open over and over and over again.
And people were pointing out what they had done against Brazil and Argentina and other tournaments. And the U.S. did this to a team that you should respect in that front, and they suffocated Germany in that game.
803-0550 if you want to join us. Ivory Coast and Norway at 1 o'clock. France, Sweden at 5. Mexico, Ecuador at 9.
Good for France. They might have thought, we got a tough draw. We got to play Germany in the second round.
Yeah, now they get Paraguay. The bracket's up. One idea, one thing about the World Cup, and then back to your calls on Hellebuck and some other stuff here. Everybody's out here to, what if we did this? What if we changed this? How about if we improved this? I actually saw one that maybe I liked.
Okay.
And that's take 2 days off between the group stage and the knockout stage so we all get time to have a bracket. And let's fill out brackets. Some June, July bracket talk instead of just rolling into it the next day where Canada and South Africa played right away.
Yeah.
I thought, that's a fair point. I don't mind that, but I don't want to go any days without games. I want games every day.
I did see there was, I think ESPN had it, maybe there were other sites have a bracket challenge.
Right. The idea
you could have done, but you would have had to put it together in
very fast.
24 hours.
It's 12 hours even.
Or 12 hours, yeah.
But the time from Algeria and Austria's tie to Canada's kickoff was at 12 hours.
Yeah, you're right, because it was almost midnight, I think, the Austria game.
Yeah, maybe 17 hours.
Yeah, it was late.
803-0550 on the Sabres if you want. We'll get you some juicy rumors at some point. I'm seeing that Montreal pursuing Matthew Barzal, who may or may not be available from the Islanders, of course. And Hellebuck is the name the Sabres keep getting connected to. After that, it's like, what, DeBrincat we mentioned yesterday?
Yep.
There's a quick mention there.
We haven't seen anything on Trocheck since Friday.
Yeah.
The new thing on him is he might stay because they're asking an insane price, and they just traded for Dorofeev, and maybe Drury wants to try to go all in this year, save his job.
The talk around the Leafs is that they're going to go all in and try and just be good.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Leafs think they can be
don't
better
they have
than...
to?
Maybe.
Matthews leaves if they're bad again.
Right. Do the Leafs think they can be better than the Sabres this year?
Yes, they think that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're if I'm Toronto, let me put myself in their shoes. I'm thinking I had a bad year. I've still got Matthews. I've still got Nylander. I added McKenna. Maybe he shows up as a good rookie right away. And the team that passed me lost their best forward and one of their best defensemen. Yeah, I could leapfrog them again.
Rob is up. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hey, guys. How we doing this morning?
We're doing good, Rob.
First, I wanted to touch back on a couple just one topic ago with the OJ thing. I grew up watching them in the Broncos, so I don't want them in our circle of family. Thank you. And as far as going big game fishing, if we're going big game fishing as Sabres fans, I remember the Dominator. So if we want to bring somebody back like that, let's sign up for it, folks. How fast can we sign the dotted line?
Mm-hmm.
Because having a goalie like that on your hockey team changes the whole complexion, changes everything. The other guys get to add to everything. The other forwards get to play a little faster because they know they got somebody who's going to be a brick wall back there.
I mean, that's where I'm at. I wonder where, and this is not in Travis Yost's piece or an example that we've brought up, but how do you think Detroit felt about trading for Hasek 25 years ago? He was 37.
37, yeah.
He basically only was himself for 1 year for them, but they won the cup.
Yeah.
And that to me is always the thing with any of these trades. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to win the Stanley Cup.
Right.
And sure, I could look back in 5 years and say, oh, he was only the 8th best goalie in the world and not the best goalie in the world. So do I feel let down about that? Like, all of it is just, did I win the cup or not? Did I take my best shot at winning the cup? And these are the type of ideas that I want to be going for. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The Bills went for Von Miller, and he got injured, and woe is me, like it didn't work. But what was I trying to do? I was trying to win the Super Bowl. And if I'm trading for Connor Hellebuck, that's the goal. It's helping me do that right now. And I just don't think that should be an idea that is so quickly dismissed by anybody because, well, he's 33. And, well, what's he going to be in 4 years? Who cares what he's going to be like in 4 years? I'm trying to win the cup.
On Hasek, I mean, he's, of course, the best of all time, better than Hellebuck. His age 33 season, he won the Vezina. His age 34 season, he won the Vezina. His age 35 season, he's 8th in Vezina. I'm just going to do Vezina. His age 36 season, he won the Vezina. His age 37 season, he finished 6th.
And won the cup.
Yes. Age 38 season, he did not play. He missed a couple of years here, right?
He missed the year before. No, there was a year before the lockout?
02-03, he does not play.
Okay, that's 2 years before the
04,
lockout.
he plays and only plays in 14 games.
Right, so he played 14 games in 3 years because then they had a lockout.
Right. So he missed his age 38 and 40 seasons and played. So there was a 3-year gap between his Detroit year cup win and then reappearing with Ottawa. That's his age 41 season. Age 41 season, 7th in the Vezina. Age 42 season, 5th in the Vezina.
And does he win the Vezina in Ottawa if he doesn't get hurt at the Olympics? Remember, that's the year he got hurt, right?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't play the Sabres.
Right. He was 28-10-4 with a .925 save percentage at age 41.
Yeah, he's right to...
He's different.
He's an anomaly.
He's different. But, like, we're talking about a goalie that's 33 in Hellebuck, right?
Yeah.
And Vezina, or not Vezina. They should call it the Hasek Award, maybe even. Hasek, 33 and on. Vezina, 8th. Vezina, 6th, 7th, 5th. Top 10 every year. He aged well.
Like, I feel like if Hellebuck came here, like, there would be a good chance he would be the next.
Would you have guessed? I'm going to say this one other way. Would you have guessed that when Dominik Hasek turned 33, he was only halfway through his Vezinas? 3 before age 33 and 3 on 33 and on.
Right.
So I know Hellebuck is not Hasek,
but he is probably the best goalie of his generation. Right? Like, last 20 years. Who beats him? I mean, he doesn't have a cup. Is that gonna stop you from putting him number one in this category? But who is better than he? 3 Vezina trophies, Hart Trophy, like
Vasilevsky and Price would be the 2 guys that have a run at it for me. But those are it's Vasilevsky and Price. They're both going to be in the Hall of Fame.
And Vasilevsky has the cups.
Right, Vasilevsky's got the cups, and he was really as dominant for really as long.
Is Hellebuck going into the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
100%. Vezina and Hart, same year, plus a gold medal, MVP.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got a Medal of Freedom.
Yeah.
Price won the Hart also, which Hellebuck did, and there's not many goalies that have that.
That's a pretty rare one.
That's Hasek. And
Hasek did that.
Who's the other Montreal goalie?
Dryden, I think.
Jose Theodore did it.
That's who.
Oh,
Jose Theodore.
Yeah, yes. Jose Theodore.
Yeah. I almost said Cristobal Huet. I knew it was wrong.
Yes.
I knew it was not him.
I don't think he won it.
Yeah, Jose Theodore.
No. Theodore in 2002 won the Hart Trophy.
Right.
Never. He won the Vezina that year. How about this? He had a 16-year career. Did you think it was that long, by the way? He had a 16-year career in the NHL, Theodore. He won the Vezina the year he won the Hart. He never, in any other season in his career, had a Vezina vote. Yeah. Not even like a third place. Never had another vote for the Vezina.
That's pretty good.
803-0550. In the YouTube chat, commenter, I wish Jeremy and Joe would ask the callers that want a goalie what they're willing to trade to get him. It's easy to say you want one. It's almost impossible to come up with names to get one. I think it's easier to talk about names you wouldn't give up, and everything else is on the table.
Yeah.
Like,
you kind of need 2 parties to do that.
Yeah. Like, I can tell you who I'd give up. I don't know what the Jets would take.
Exactly.
And what's the right price? What's too much?
Well, you guys wouldn't trade Hellenius.
I would not trade Hellenius.
No.
You wouldn't trade Benson.
No.
No.
I mean,
No way. You wouldn't trade.
But we're not going to go to Darlene. Like, let's go to the real assets.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't trade Daxon Rudolph.
I'd do that. You keeping
That's
Merca?
that's
basically trading the fourth pick, which they wouldn't do on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do that.
You would trade Daxon Rudolph?
If you keep one of him or Merca, and I'm cool with trading the other one.
See, at that point, though, why didn't I just do the deal on Friday?
I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would trade Rudolph for him just because I didn't want to trade the fourth pick for him. And, like, on principle, the fourth pick is they got the number 1 defenseman in the draft.
Yeah. It's great.
If Hellebuck was 29, was 31, I might think about it. But 33, the numbers we just went over. Listen, I want this idea as much as anybody else. I do have, or if they don't do it because the price was too high, then, that's partially on the Jets. And if he doesn't get moved, this gets easier to kind of be just like, all right, I guess he wasn't going to get moved. Right. If he does get traded for a first and a third, well, then we riot. If he gets traded somewhere else.
Well, I still haven't seen anything tying him anywhere else except for Carolina and Florida, which has been those 2 teams have kind of pulled back on this.
Yeah, I saw stuff that Carolina's bailing on it, and Florida is trading for Schmid, and they could still do it, but it's going to cost them Lundell, and they don't seem willing to do it. So
I have a little bit of breaking news. This is fun news. Get off Twitter right now.
Okay.
The Sabres have hired someone.
Oh boy.
In a scouting role.
Okay.
The Sabres have hired someone. This is Lance Lysowski.
They've hired
this
someone.
This is borderline. Is that real?
Bill Fickner.
You're being serious? The Sabres have hired this person.
Oh boy.
In a scouting role.
They've hired
per league sources. This is.
Is it crazy?
Depends on crazy.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
It's Kevin Adams being their GM because, played for Carolina. The Sabres have hired someone in a scouting role. It's Eric Stahl. Eric Stahl wearing the jersey, and you can't believe it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Who have they added as a scout?
You're saying they've added somebody on a team that we hated?
I'm telling you that they have added a scout to their team, according to league sources, Lance Lysowski, Buffalo News, and I've stopped the show to talk about who they have added as a scout.
Oh, no.
I mean,
All right, I have a name. Ready?
go for it.
Hold on, get it. I want a dinger and a buzzer, a siren, a goal horn. I don't want to just have it be me saying yes.
I want warmer or colder too.
You want your guess? You want your guess? Owen, do you know?
I've got.
Okay.
I mean, no, I don't know. I've got a couple of names that are rattling around.
Okay,
One I know is ridiculous.
I don't know how I'm
me
not going
too.
to say warmer or colder or more. Oh my! It's incredible.
I've got a name.
It's incredible.
I've got a name that I think would be ridiculous, and I'm using your clue of Eric Stahl and Kevin Adams.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Uh-huh.
We got the buzzers ready to go, or you want a moment? I can come up with. We got it.
One moment, I'll be ready.
Okay.
All right, you can make your own buzzer noise. Ready?
Yeah.
Chara.
No.
Oh, I really like that.
Brett
Hall.
That is
Oh, that's so good.
what?
It's such a good guess.
What is?
Brett Hall?
Brett Hall.
No. No.
Like,
hold on.
there's
Hold on.
no
Slow
way you
down.
can get on-
Slow down. Don't throw too many. We got to. Your Chara guess.
I think we would have to go down to the arena and pick it if it was Brett Hall.
Hold
Brett
on.
Hall is pickable.
Excuse me. Okay. Keep guessing.
Lucic.
Oh!
I wasn't that far off.
Owen left the room. Milan Lucic works for the Sabres.
No way.
Lance Lasowski, the Sabres have hired longtime NHL winger Milan Lucic in the scouting role.
Well, I guess Ryan Miller's never going to work in the organization.
Yeah. What? Right.
What? I don't know what you guys said. I walked out of the room for a second.
Yeah. I have the emotion that I feel when McDermott got fired. The shock I am like, what? Really?
What?
Who's next?
Do I need to post the image of him running over the goaltender?
What?
Scouting role, Milan Lucic.
Listen, that might be picketable.
I just want to say that piece of shit. I think Lucic is 50 pounds on me, runs me like that. It's unbelievable.
Come on.
Like I'm still at. That's real?
Come on. What?
I mean, listen. I'm speechless.
Are we not in kind of agreement?
Is Eric Stahl still in the organization too, by the way? Do I have Eric Stahl and Milan Lucic working down there?
Both on the page? Who's next?
Yeah.
Let's get one more. You said Brett
Yeah,
Hall.
hire Brett Hall. Why not? Let's
Hall.
do that. Let's hire all the villains. Where's Kasperitis? Want to hire him? Who else do we want?
Billy Smith?
Billy Smith. There we go.
Oh, my goodness. Did he not send the Sabres into the drought?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Pretty much single-handedly?
They started adding fighters after that.
He killed.
Terrible.
He killed the franchise for a decade. Yeah.
Scouting role.
What?
I guess it's only a scouting role, but
That
Was he
means
going to go scout Mason Gerson?
a scouting role
let me
means
ask
that what Lucic will do will be go to other rinks wearing a Sabres windbreaker.
maybe we're gonna see pictures of
Pictures
him.
of Lucic in Sabres gear.
He's gonna get the profile shot right for the website.
Yes,
isn't he?
he
Like
is.
wearing the quarter zip, the Sabres quarter zip. Let me ask this about scouting role. They win the cup. Do scouting role guys get like at the very end of the line? You know, like they'll start like passing the cup around to like people that work for the team.
Oh, no.
Is he in that line?
I'm not going to be mad.
That would be unbelievable.
I mean, if they win the cup, clearly the scouting played a part, right?
I know that anything following win the cup is acceptable, but no.
This is like my favorite moment.
Do they have a job
it's
lined up
unbelievable.
do they have a job lined up for Marchand when he retires too?
Yeah, right.
This is worse.
This is like,
Really, like
who else? Other like literally Brett Hall.
the game was just like guess the people you won't believe.
If you gave me more time to think about it, he might be number one on my list.
I'm
Of,
trying
like,
to think.
don't-
I want to find like an adequate comparison, and I want to say like Tom Brady will be scouting for the Bills, but he's
Well, he's too good.
he's too good for this. Like
No, you want like
You would
who's
easily
the
make-
football equivalent? That's like he can't be Brady. He's got to be worse than Brady.
Jeff Hostetler. I don't want to go there. Like
okay.
Frank Wycheck.
That's a good one.
Frank Wycheck is now
Wycheck.
the Bills'
Wow.
tight ends coach.
Yeah.
I don't know. He might have been during the drought and we forgot. Was he? He really might have been.
possible.
Let me call Sal.
Doug Marone. Well, he was here. so I guess that might not count. But still coming back.
Milan Lucic hired in a scouting role.
Wow.
That's insane.
What a moment.
Yeah.
All right. What do we do with it?
Is Ryan Miller offended by this?
I mean,
he better be, right?
I've been wanting Miller in the front office. Miller's around the team a lot lately. We've been thinking
Ryan Miller's like, what has this team done since they've retired my number? They've hired Eric Stahl and Milan Lucic. Wow. Really? Yeah, Cam Ward. Is he next?
Was there a conversation in the building, you think, about this? Like, hey, Yarmo.
No way.
Yarmo,
No way.
about this guy.
No, they have no clue.
Yarmo and Bergevin just sat down and like, Lucic?
Yeah,
All
right.
Cool.
Yeah.
They have no idea. Maybe. I mean, maybe somebody.
Would they talk about it with Lindy? Lindy's the coach when that happened.
Oh,
Right.
yeah,
Lindy.
yeah.
Does Lindy sign off on it?
Did
Or
Lindy,
not sign off on it, but does Lindy go, you guys might want to think about this because he's got a bad reputation in the city. Scout also usually, like, he's not here all the time. If not, almost ever.
He's out and about.
Yeah, those guys are often remote.
He'll be their, like, Alberta scout
Right.
and just live out west and, like, show up a couple times a year for, like, a luncheon, right?
That's exactly right.
Then he'll be here to hoist the cup, like you said, too. So.
Wow.
It's the image of him in a Sabre windbreaker or quarter zip that is incoming at some point that is gonna that's gonna offend me the most.
You're a scout. You walk into a
Shouldn't be allowed to wear the
rink
logo.
in a quarter zip. That's what you got to do. That's all you do. Walk in with a quarter zip. People are like, "Oh, look, I'm a scout for the Predators." That guy. He's wearing a Predators quarter zip.
Used to look in the stands
And just look
if
for
I
quarter
wasn't-
zips?
if I wasn't playing and be like, where are the dudes with quarter zips and
Hair slick back?
Yeah, like real slicked hair,
Yeah.
a coffee, and
Listen,
like
if you
checker
want to get
thing.
into a lot of hockey games for free in the O, or just like get a Ducks quarter zip, and those be like, let him in. He's scouting.
You get free coffee too.
Yeah. Anyway,
He played hockey last year
Lucic
in the minors.
Yeah.
He played 26 games for the Fife Flyers.
What? Who?
FIFE.
Fife Flyers.
I saw a clip of him skating around. He's still with that hunchback.
Yeah. There's an article about him on June 7th, officially hanging up his skates.
The chat is having a good time with this, and I would like to crown Sammy with the best the comment in the YouTube chat, which is 2045 Director of Player Personnel Jack Eichel. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. Sure, why not?
Man.
I might have thought it was more likely they signed him to a PTO than make him a scout. Right. Wow. All right.
I'm in shock. He's a scout. There's no how many other people could they have hired to a scouting role that would have been this?
Right.
Like, I think we maybe mentioned two of the only names that I'm not even sure. I guess Chara first. I don't think
You did.
Chara would have had as bad a reaction.
Right, that's right.
Chara would be like, oh, okay, I guess.
Yeah, like we hated him because he was big
Exactly.
and mean. And Lucic he ran over your goalie and sent your franchise into the dark ages.
If they hired Char, I'd be like, oh, awesome job. That's amazing. He's
Right.
unbelievable. But Lucci, what? Oh, man.
That's almost why I guess Chara. I wouldn't have gotten to Lucic because I would have thought that was too unbelievable.
Right. By the way, there's more news in Lance's tweet. Also, Derek Dorsett, fan favorite as a player for the Blue Jackets, is joining the Sabres as a development coach.
He once got worked over by Pat Coletta in a fight like nobody I've ever seen.
Derek Dorsett?
I think there's a fight, if you can think of a Coletta fight where he, I think, had 20 straight left hands. I believe Derek Dorsett was on the other side of that.
Just spamming the B button.
Yeah. It's the most lefts you've ever seen in a row in any fight in any sport ever.
Well, he's a development coach for the Sabres now.
Develop that left hand.
Milan Lucic.
All right, I'm just going to think about it for 5 minutes and come back, and we'll come back from
And come
break.
back with, wait, like what?
Still don't believe it.
Right, like,
The highlight of him
What's the pivot?
bulldozing Miller.
what's the, actually, guys, it's not that, like, what? No.
We're not mad about it, right? We just actually.
I think I'm kind of mad
You're
about
mad
it.
about it? I just actually can't believe it.
I want them to stop hiring people we hate.
That'd be good, probably.
I mean, it's only two guys, but this is worse than the other one.
Well, guys is enough guys.
Yeah,
I mean, on some level, I used to hire guys that worked here all the time that didn't win.
That's a good
and
point.
maybe I'll hire guys that did win that I hated.
I might. This might be better than that.
I'm good with
this
it.
makes me feel more like I'm a real organization than that.
A little bit.
Right? Like, okay, here we go. Here's the positive spin on it. Milan Lucic, in his playing career, could not have respected this team and organization. Right?
Sure.
Like the Sabres. What are you kidding me? Whereas
Didn't he flat out
now he's like, yeah, I'd work for them.
There are a couple Boston players that used to flat out trash the whole city. Was he one of them?
Probably.
Anyway.
Someone talked about the hotels, didn't they?
I mean, everybody did at one point.
That might have been Marchand.
They're doing that to Seattle now.
Yeah.
What?
Seattle's hotels?
What's wrong with Seattle's hotels?
They're saying it's dangerous over there. Or something.
In Seattle?
Right. I don't
All right.
know. Whatever.
I mean, I guess I don't know a lot about Seattle.
Listen, the Sabres, there's one answer. You have to bury this news by trading for Hellebuck right now.
Absolutely.
That's what you need to do. Bury this news under a Hellebuck trade or some other trade.
Save yourself before I tweet the clip of me walking out of the room.
Jeremy and Joe reacting to Milan Lucic, Sabre scout of sorts, scouting role is what Lance reported. All right, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales. 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront is here for you. You can, of course, buy a vehicle with Riverfront and save a lot of money when you buy with Riverfront. It's as easy. Owen has a Twitter question, a poll up on Twitter that I like a lot. I like this question. And he wrote, what's a better bet for the Sabres? The goaltenders running it back and having the same level of success, or the kids effectively filling in the Alex Tuch hole?
Mm-hmm.
What's the better bet? The goalies are just as good, or the kids are able to replace Tuch in the aggregate? And it is 83% the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that, I want to ask you, you put the poll up, is that people simply believing in the kids and people not believing in the goalies? Right? Because, am I just voting against the goalies when I vote the kids? That I don't have faith that the goalies will be the same, even though it's very possible they can be the same.
Of course.
It's the same players doing the same thing as opposed to, newer players coming up and trying to replace a guy that was obviously really important.
Right. And we've talked so much about the volatility of the goaltending position as a whole. I think we saw it sort of the tale of two seasons where the regular season, I think the goaltending was a massive strength. And then in the playoffs, it caught up to them and they couldn't trust it. And I think it ended up really hurting them. And to me, this is the question of the offseason at this point for me. Like, what are they going to do? I think they've got one bullet left to use here, and what do you want to fix? What do you want to try to improve? And that's the basis of this question to me is like, do you think those goaltenders will do exactly what they did for you last year and be good and win you a bunch of games and get you to a good position? If you do, then I think that your answer to this is easy, and you go, listen, Let's just fill the hole that we have created with Tuch. We've sort of semi-replaced Byram with Zellweger, which I think is a very prudent move. But if we don't think that the goaltenders will do the same thing, then we've got two problems on our hands. Mm-hmm. And which do we think is more critical? And to me, I think if you've got any doubt about what your goaltending could be next year, that's the place you go, because those kids, I think, should give you a lot of confidence that they can, in the aggregate, get you to a better place or as good a place as you were with Tuch. Mm-hmm. And to me, whichever one of those two things you have more faith in, the other one gets your bullet. And that's where you go. And that's what I think Jarmo and his team right now are probably sort of debating internally.
I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
some.
You know when it will really hit the fan and it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews,
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the two biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so, though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like, one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though. Like, the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are good, great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Tkachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Tkachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Tkachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
Sabres made it official yesterday. Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million contract. Has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. Sabres and Jets reportedly still discussing Connor Hellebuck trade after the finish line was not crossed at the draft. If you missed anything at the draft, you can catch up with all of the pieces on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup, the round of 32, off to an exciting start. Brazil beat Japan 2-1. And two matches came down to penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany, and Morocco beat the Netherlands. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1, France takes on Sweden at 5, and Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Tampa court set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. Soon after, the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees fell to the Tigers 7-3. And the Red Sox, they beat the Nationals 6-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Here's a breakaway now, and the puck gets away from Lucic, and Miller gets hammered by Lucic, and Lucic is getting a penalty. Miller's down on the ice, and they ought to clean his clock.
That is new Sabres scout Milan Lucic hitting retired number goalie Ryan Miller. Okay, listen.
They never did clean his clock.
No, Gostad fought him like a week later. Here's a question. Lance Lasowski, the Buffalo News, reporting the Sabres have hired Milan Lucic in a scouting role, which is, kind of derailed the show a little bit. But all right, I got a question for you.
Gutless.
Would you accept it if They hired him, and the first job they gave him was to clean out Eric Stahl's office. Throw Stahl out of here.
Like Uncle Phil to
like
DJ Jazzy Jeff style.
Really throw him out.
Yeah.
Don't tell Stahl. You just go get him. Throw him out of the building. You're
all right,
you're exercising one demon, and you hired another demon to do it.
Yeah. I'm more interested in that idea.
Okay, that's fair.
Or what can he allow? Like, hey, listen, you can hit me once. You can get it out of your system. Miller, come in and like dunk tank style.
Have they buried the buried the hatchet? Like this is a conversation that
I've never seen interaction between them since after that happened. And Miller called him gutless after the game, and he yelled at him on the ice. So I don't think so. Yeah, like, hey, we're going to all bury the hatchet together. Opening night, we're going to have a Milan Lucic dunk tank. And we'll all get it out of our system and be friends after that. He's going to sit there, and you can come in, and you can throw the thing and, drop him into the water. And then we'll all be good. Let's do that.
Listen.
Sell tickets for charity. People will buy it.
I'll say this. Now that he's on the staff, according to Lance, they cannot change their mind. We cannot look too small.
Oh, no.
We cannot. This is not a petition to have them undo this.
No.
We have to be bigger and prove that this person no longer owns us and is living in our head like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
If he had made them like assistant coach, then maybe I would think like you got to remove him.
What's the biggest ever?
Because I can't look at him on the bench every game for 82 games. This is different. He'll be out in Western Canada probably.
This is a fair question. It's like the biggest ever hated person goes to that team, and you have to really show that it's just about laundry. It's like
I remember
coach,
Penguins fans,
player,
hated
Rick Tocchet,
Ron Hextall the moment he became the GM because
of the Flyers. Yeah,
the Flyers.
Right.
So I remember that. That's a good question. Like a hated person that went to the rival like post career.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be like, did a Yankee ever become a Red Sox manager?
I think about Johnny Damon, who was this player to player. He went from one to the other. But
yeah, that's like
We'll get some calls in here.
Yeah, there's got to be good names here.
Caden in Kansas City. Caden, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I just want to say, love the show, and Joe, I'm loving the Locked On Sabres.
Thank you.
First, Connor Hellebuck. I think the Jets made a mistake. I've been saying this all week. I think they made a mistake not doing the draft. I mean, I think his price has gotten cheaper, or it's just shifted to like different like players instead of picks. Because I mean, no one else is going for him. Like you guys said, Florida and Carolina kind of ducked out of it. So my package that I would put together is you're probably I would give McLeod. I think there's McLeod's role is kind of dwindling for the team. And I think Hellenius will just go right into that spot. And then, or Kulik. I mean, they love Kulik. I would give him McLeod a first, our first this year, and then Mertka. And obviously UPL, he has to go that way as well.
Yeah.
Outside of Hellebuck, I saw Matt Zuccarello. Looks like him and Minnesota had a breakup. I'm wondering if you like that at all, or anyone else. I know Patrick Kane, people are split on that. And then obviously the Pedersens and the Barzels of the world. Those would be expensive, though.
Thanks, Caden. I'm glad you brought up McLeod, because at the start of the offseason, like, 2 weeks ago, I talked about McLeod as like my most tradable asset piece. And I think he's a good player, but he's under contract for not a lot of money. Age, good. Production, good. If you're Winnipeg, I'm thinking about this. The package you just offered, McLeod, UPL, a first, and Mertka. That is both, in my opinion. If that were the deal, that is volume for Winnipeg to get, and it's a steep price. McLeod is a player. You're doing it because you think we can replace him. We've got young centers coming up. And UPL, I'm replacing with the player that I'm acquiring. So that one's an easy washout. And then Mertka and a first. The first to me means little. Mm-hmm. Mertka is a top 10 defensive prospect. I'm stocked at that position. Okay, maybe you do that. To me, the deal will be some version of that. Think about when the Sabres traded O'Reilly. It looked like a lot because of the volume. The question was always going to be, was it quantity or quality? That's Berglund, Sabatka, Tage, and a first.
Yeah.
And the first ends up being
Ryan Johnson.
okay. What'd they get out of the trade? Tage. The rest of it's nothing. But at the time, I can easily sell 4 pieces, including 2 NHL players, a former first-round pick, and another first-round pick. And if you're Winnipeg trying to save face, maybe you're looking for a deal. You're talking to Yarmo and saying, like, listen, whatever we do, I need a couple pieces that are good and a couple pieces that look good. The trade's got to look good.
That's more the Eichel trade, right? The Eichel trade is, hey, Tuck is a good player, and then Krebs in a first looks good.
Yeah, Krebs is a former first-round pick.
Right. And he was their best prospect at the time.
And a first and a second. Like it's a big trade package. What they really get out of it. They got Tuck for a couple of years. He's good. And they got Krebs.
And now they get Ostlund.
Yeah.
Because he was the first-round pick.
That ends up being a reasonable trade.
Right.
So the other names you mentioned, like Zuccarello and Kane.
Zuccarello is still pretty darn good. He's 38 years old. And he's a better 5-on-5 player at this point, I think, than Kane is. But Kane would give you, I think, more power play, which is a problem for the Sabres.
How many power play goals Patrick Kane have last year?
Goals, I'd be curious. I think assists might be the thing he stacked up. But he had, last season, he had 2 power play goals and 17 power play assists.
Yeah.
The previous year, he had 12 power play goals and 17 power play assists. So down year on the power play.
Mm-hmm. He's actually only scored more than 2 goals on the power play. Sorry, there's a year he gets traded in here because it goes 2, 12, 2 in his 3 years in Detroit on the power play.
Yeah, I mean, he's not coming in for me to score power play goals. He's coming in to be my main distributor on the power play.
Yeah.
The guy they're missing on the power play is the elite passer. The guy, especially cross ice. Like Tage is over there on his one-timer, and that's been Dylan Cousins or Josh Norris the last 3 years trying to get that pass across for him on a one-timer, which is a more dangerous pass than if Dahlin gives it to him. And I think you're going to get that pass more often if Kane's there. Kane also is probably your zone entry guy if he is on your power play. So I think he can provide value to you there without scoring goals. But Zuccarello, I think, might be a player I'd be more interested in. He's more well-rounded. And honestly, I don't know, like, isn't the expectation for Kane going to be unreasonable for what he is at this point? Because people just look at 88 Kane and see him on the ice.
It's his age 38 season. He had 57 points last year.
I know.
Like, that's...
Yeah, it's good.
Where's that rank on the Sabres?
Remember, he helped win the Sabres the division. He had that play where they beat Tampa? Who'd they beat? The night the Sabres clinched the division, he had an incredible goal that helped the Sabres win the division. Like, still a good player, but
57 would have been 4th on the team in points. This team, and with Tuck gone,
all right,
only Dahlin and Thompson had more than him last year. For what it's worth,
I mean, not
everything is points.
A lot of the free agents that are left available now are the really old guys. Like Claude Giroux is out there.
And listen, we pointed this out during the Stanley Cup Final. Teams that are good are finding guys that are 35 plus and getting contributions.
Yep.
The Sabres, I mean, Zucker showed up and it was like, he's kind of old and he's been pretty good.
Yeah.
So
back-to-back 20-goal seasons.
He's 34. All right. 803-0550. We owe you juicy rumors.
Cup of Joe.
World Cup of Joe. Is there a Milan Lucic game? I don't know.
We could probably
Milan Lucic. Sabre. Good times.
Sabre.
Where were you when you learned the news? Answer, outside in 94-degree heat. Stay cool today. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So, watched a lot of the soccer yesterday. Did you watch? I did not see.
It was an amazing day.
It was an incredible day of the soccer. I did not see the Netherlands-Morocco shootout because I went to, or penalty kicks, whatever, because I went to bed. The other one, though, Germany and Paraguay, I watched that one, and it was incredible. The whole day was great. I mean, not extra time, but very late for Brazil's winner, and I'm enjoying watching people notice that this sport is awesome. Like, I think you're getting a dose of that. And once people out there decide to stop trying to make it better by eliminating offsides and say, like, well, maybe I'll just watch this game, it delivers a lot of drama. And last night was a great example for this. Penalty kicks. Good or bad?
Good.
Because it's a
Goodish.
terrible way to lose, or it's a terrible way to decide, and people will say that. But then again, once they go to kicks, I mean, you cannot turn that off.
No, the drama of it is
insane.
Yeah,
totally insane.
It's better than hockey shootouts for that.
Yes,
by a bit, I think.
Yes, yes, without a doubt, it's better. And if we try to really hone into why it's better than a hockey shootout, which feels gimmicky, even though the soccer shootout is gimmicky.
Sure.
It's designed to find a winner. Is it because it's harder to make a save?
Maybe. Like you're expecting them to score.
You're like 80% to score every time. 80 to 90%, depending on who the guy is. And missing the net. You know, if you miss the net in a hockey shootout, well, the goalie might have forced you a certain way. You miss the net in a soccer shootout, and it's just like, man.
Right, like really,
you're gonna be exiled.
Maybe what it is the hockey shootout is so close to a coin flip that anything that happens isn't really going to catch you by surprise, right? Like, oh, he saved it. Oh, that happens. Oh, he scored. Whereas in the soccer shootout, it's you get a save and it's like, oh, that might be what wins it,
right?
Because it could just be 5 goals. I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
some.
You know when it will really hit the fan and when it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews,
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's. Yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the 2 biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so, though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like, one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though. Like, the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Tkachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Tkachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Tkachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
Ready for the World Cup of Joe next hour. Also, I want to thank somebody tweeted me in with a lawn mowing take. We can yell about vociferously if you'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
The golden hour of the right time to mow the lawn. The golden hour of lawn mowing.
Not when it's a real feel of 105 would be my
Yeah, it's hot.
my advice.
It's going to be hot out there, so do the best you can. Ivory Coast and Norway today.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Is that how you say it?
That's their official. Yeah.
Oh, we got to break. Didier Drogba, was he Ivory Coast?
Yeah, he was.
Okay. I was trying to remember, their all-time player, Didier Drogba.
He was awesome.
Didier Drogba. Anyway, all right, we'll get a break in. The World Cup of Joe. Much more. Lucic reaction. Milan Lucic works for the Sabres now. All right, back in a minute. Owen has a Twitter question, a poll up on Twitter that I like a lot. I like this question. And he wrote, what's a better bet for the Sabres? The goaltenders running it back and having the same level of success, or the kids effectively filling in the Alex Tuch hole?
Mm-hmm.
What's the better bet? The goalies are just as good, or the kids are able to replace Tuch in the aggregate? And it is 83% the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that, I want to ask you, you put the poll up, is that people simply believing in the kids and people not believing in the goalies? Right? Because, am I just voting against the goalies when I vote the kids? That I don't have faith that the goalies will be the same, even though it's very possible they can be the same.
Of course.
It's the same players doing the same thing as opposed to, newer players coming up and trying to replace a guy that was obviously really important.
Right. And we've talked so much about the volatility of the goaltending position as a whole. I think we saw it sort of the tale of two seasons where the regular season, I think the goaltending was a massive strength. And then in the playoffs, it caught up to them and they couldn't trust it. And I think it ended up really hurting them. And to me, this is the question of the offseason at this point for me. What are they going to do? I think they've got one bullet left to use here, and what do you want to fix? What do you want to try to improve? And that's the basis of this question to me is do you think those goaltenders will do exactly what they did for you last year and be good and win you a bunch of games and get you to a good position? If you do, then I think that your answer to this is easy, and you go, listen, let's just fill the hole that we have created with Tuch. We've sort of semi-replaced Byram with Zellweger, which I think is a very prudent move. But if we don't think that the goaltenders will do the same thing, then we've got two problems on our hands. Mm-hmm. And which do we think is more critical? And to me, I think if you've got any doubt about what your goaltending could be next year, that's the place you go, because those kids, I think, should give you a lot of confidence that they can, in the aggregate, get you to a better place or as good a place as you were with Tuch. Mm-hmm. And to me, whichever one of those two things you have more faith in, the other one gets your bullet, and that's where you go. And that's what I think Yarmo and his team right now are probably sort of debating internally.
The Buffalo Sabres bringing in Milan Lucic in a scouting role, per Lance Lysowski at the Buffalo News. Yesterday, officially official, Beck Malenstein signed a 6-year, $17.5 million contract. It has an average annual value of $2.9167 million. The Sabres and Jets reportedly still discussing a Connor Hellebuyck trade as well after the finish line was not crossed at the draft. If you missed anything on the draft, you can catch up with all of the pieces on our website, WGR550.com. In the World Cup, the round of 32 underway, off to an exciting start. Brazil beat Japan 2-1, and 2 matches came down to penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany, and Morocco beat the Netherlands. Today, Ivory Coast takes on Norway at 1, France takes on Sweden at 5, and Mexico takes on Ecuador at 9. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Tampa court set a $1 million bond for Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. Soon after, the Lions opted to part ways with the former number 24 overall pick. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Mets 2-1. The Yankees fell to the Tigers 7-3. And the Red Sox, they beat the Nationals 6-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Plays it out wide. Chance to cross. Numbers are in the box. In it comes. Up frame. It's a goal. It's Eason Diop who ties the game right on the stroke of 90 minutes.
Drama at the World Cup.
It's a great header. Like spinning over his own head. He actually is from France, Diop, but they told him we're not interested. So he's like, all right, well, my mom's from Morocco, so I'll go play for the Moroccan national team.
I read an article today that Messi was being courted by Spain and ultimately played for Argentina.
Oh, there's a story I've read. There was maybe even a documentary about it, like the courting of Messi when he was a teenager to get him to play for national teams and like the lengths that Argentina maybe like prevented him from leaving the country somehow. Like there was like a huge courting of Messi when he was a teenager to get him to commit to national teams. Yeah.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Kind of quiet on the rumor front in the Sabres department other than the news that Milan Lucic is joining the organization in a scouting role.
Yep.
Western Canadian scout? Who knows?
Is he going to be scouting just big bully players? Maybe he's just in charge of goons.
Don't know. We'll probably find out at some point. So, 803-0550 if you want to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Would you like this?
It's been like a week.
World Cup of Joe.
All right, we got 6 countries today. We're going to place a fact, and you're going to have to match it up with the country that plays today. You have on the schedule at 1 o'clock, Ivory Coast and Norway. Jeremy's Norway. France and Sweden at 5 o'clock. The Sweden team that Norway didn't want to play. And then Mexico and Ecuador at 9 o'clock. Those are your 3 matchups, 6 teams. So 6 countries to guess from. All right. Ready? You got your countries down?
Ready.
Fact number 1. Most pizza consumption per capita in the world.
Love that one.
Okay.
Per capita.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only one in the world above the U.S. Fact 2. Home of the Panama hat.
Okay.
Which means it's not Panama because they're not
I
featured
guess
today.
not.
Right.
3. Most cashless society in the world. Less than 5% of all transactions.
Okay.
4. Most Coca-Cola consumed per capita in the world.
Okay.
5. The shortest reign by a king in history.
Okay.
I look forward to the answer to that one.
And finally, the largest exporter of cocoa beans in the world.
Okay.
Okay, and it's Mexico and Ecuador.
I've got an answer right out of the gate here.
Love
if
it.
That's
Love
okay.
to hear that.
Before I did this, I was a social studies education major.
I've got an answer on this.
Texting.
I don't know.
Getting dinner plans set. Texting. Sorry.
There was no
Shouldn't be
phone
doing
a
that.
friend in this game.
Also writing down the questions because I need to remember.
Joe, you're at work.
Good point.
I know I'm at work. Anyway, I was a social studies education major before I did this. So France is the shortest king. It was Louis. Louis the 14th
Okay, there
or
were
whatever
20
it is.
Louis.
whatever his name was.
You just guesses Louis.
XIV?
Louis whatever.
It's XIV, is it not?
XIX.
XIX, okay.
The 19th.
Louis the 19th. It was 15 minutes.
Knowing that off the top
That's
of
some
your
Game
head.
of Thrones stuff. Give me the full story.
His father, there were the July Revolution in France. His father was being forced out. He, rather than probably the guillotine, decided to abdicate the throne, which made him the king. And he very quickly went, well, I don't want this either. And he abdicated after 15 minutes.
Yes, he did.
Wow. All right.
It was, the guillotine was getting everyone back then. So
Shortest reign by a monarch in history. France.
Impressive.
I like it.
Would you guys have gotten there if he didn't know it?
It's a very safe guess that there, the guillotines and such.
Yeah, the revolutions in France is kind of a. I would have probably logically gotten there at some point if we didn't get it. I do also know pizza.
You know the pizza.
I know
one?
the pizza one. Well, this is not a YouTube video. This is I played with a kid from Norway and pizza. They eat the most pizza.
Let's go.
Hold on, just this kid from Norway ate so much pizza. You're like, this country must eat a lot.
He would tell me about.
You should have seen how much pizza this kid ate.
He also, I mean, to be fair, he also did crush pizza.
Yeah.
But he would talk about you guys think you're the kings of pizza over here. Like we don't play about pizza back home.
I like it.
Interesting.
We're serious about our pizza.
Okay.
That's a fun one, Norway.
But he would. Now that you're mentioning it, he would sit down and tear up an entire one of the pizzas that you'd get after our games.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to split with your roommate, but he would just eat the whole thing.
Oh, man.
They're number one, and they're number one by a lot. Most of their, not most, a higher percentage of, I was reading about Norway and pizza consumption. You can tell a higher percentage of their pizza relative to the world is frozen pizza. They're obsessed with frozen pizza.
Yes, that's
in Norway.
right.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they heat it up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're
not eating it like
crunching on.
It's not being served in an ice cream truck,
really,
and then they
it's like an ice cream.
What's the benefit of frozen? You just at home frozen pizza?
you put it in your own oven.
All right.
On a day like today.
Have you not experienced frozen pizza before?
Oh, I have. I just don't know why a society would gravitate towards the frozen.
They do. I mean, it is cold up there. But,
Preservation.
It's cold.
they're number one to the U.S.
Yep.
Again, by a
Number two.
margin.
We're number two.
We're number two, and then Canada's
Got
number
to do something about that. Everybody start eating some more pizza.
We're at 21 pounds per year per capita.
Oh,
like per person.
Norway's at 25. So we gotta eat 4 extra pounds of pizza a year each.
I'll handle
to
that.
catch them.
We have a party at noon today here in the office. We might be able to get our work in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, 4. Yeah.
Some pizza.
Yeah.
All right, so 4 facts in 4 countries. The Panama Hat, the Cashless Society, the most Coca-Cola, and the largest exporter of cocoa beans.
Yes.
I really like Coca-Cola for Mexico with the sugar cane, the OG Coca-Cola that's not the Americanized version.
We had a previous clue on sugarcane and Coca-Cola. First Coca-Cola plant outside of the
Panama.
U.S.
It was the first time we played the
Panama.
game.
I nailed
So
that
you're
one,
going
yeah.
back to the sugarcane.
It's what I learned in Spanish class, and that's what got us there.
Joe Kelly is our sugarcane expert.
I think.
It is Mexico.
All right.
I'm a big sugar cane guy.
Yeah.
I
3
want
for
to.
3.
I want to guess.
I haven't even had to do anything yet.
Not yet.
This is great.
Yeah, this is good. I want to
Oh, and-
guess the Ivory Coast is the Panama Hat place because I don't think that they have the Would they have enough cocoa beans to be the number 1 exporter of cocoa beans?
Big pressure Rowan, who wore a Panama hat to the
No,
Olympic
you're right.
power play.
I don't think it's Sweden, and I don't think it's Ivory Coast for the cocoa beans. So
No, I'm with Owen. I'll go with Owen on that.
So you're saying Ecuador for cocoa beans? Because it can't be Sweden or Ivory Coast?
I'm thinking Ecuador for cocoa bean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Got him.
Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast, largest exporter of cocoa
Wow.
beans in the world. 40% of the world's cocoa beans come from Ivory Coast.
Wow.
Okay.
I must be confused about
And I would have guessed Cashless Society was Sweden.
I would.
I was going to be
also
like what I go to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Cashless society is Sweden, less than 5%, which means
The Panama hat is from Ecuador.
correct. Which Owen wore a Panama hat to the 11-day power play.
It's a tough seed.
You guys got the Panama
Wait
hat
for
wrong.
the John Cooper sort of vibe.
Yeah.
I had a fact previously written down for Ecuador. They are like it's on their Wikipedia page. I found it originally on like a different site that they are the only country in the world that's named after a geographical feature. So I had written that down. Like, all right, that's a good one. Because Ecuador is the Spanish word for equator.
Yeah.
And I wrote it down. I'm looking at the list. I'm like, wait a minute. Ivory Coast is right above them playing today. A coast is a geographical feature.
Yeah.
Why do they not qualify?
Right.
I don't know.
It's a good question.
Because the coast isn't actually made of ivory?
Right.
It's not literal. Yeah.
Right, I don't know.
Pierre LeBrun reports that Boone Jenner likely headed to the market.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a name that you should probably think about for the Sabres.
Yeah, I'm interested in
I'm
that.
thinking about all the forwards. They just have to get rid of some in order to add any.
Well, who are they getting rid of?
Go down their forward contracts. Like, they've got to get rid of 3.
They did Greenway. They dumped
Greenway and Tuck, but like, I don't know, Danforth or Josh Dunn. Like
Danforth at $1.8 million
yeah.
seems like a salary you should get off your books.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with Beck coming in with his 6-year deal. Kind of feels.
But fourth
like
liners are like that's not who Boone Jenner is coming in to replace. Like are all 3 of the kids playing? Cooley, Gosselin, and Hellenius? Because none of those guys are playing on the fourth line. So
that's a good question.
Like if I'm clearing out room, I'm clearing out like a Zucker or a McLeod or a Norris more than I'm like if I get rid of Kozak, I still got fourth liners down there. And it's not like Kulik is going to play in Kozak's spot. Or it's not like Boone Jenner, I think, is going to play in Kozak's spot. Like the guy that you're moving out, I think more would be someone in the top 3 lines. Because that's whoever you sign's going in for, I think.
Question for you about, well, both Malenstein and Tuck. I saw this point made, and I thought, I want to bring that to the show. Who would have been better to add $1 million to their salary, Beck Malenstein or Alex Tuck? Because
to add $1 million?
What I mean is the Sabres lost out on Tuck by $1 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Malenstein, I don't think anybody would disagree. That's a bit of an overpay for that level of player. Don't people tend to think that's $3 million for a guy like that? Can you get someone else to do it? Like,
I think it's more though the term that's viewed as the overpay than it is the money.
6-year term for Malenstein, is that not a little over term?
Sure.
Those, it definitely is. These are contracts that are becoming more and more common, though. There are guys in the bottom 6 that sign these long deals for teams that think they're important to the culture. And so they get these sort of long-term deals, and the AAV or the term and the AAV might be like, really, that guy? But it's just, I want to secure this guy because I think he's important in more ways than just production or whatever.
And also, the salary is so low that with the cap going to whatever it's going to go to, if I really need to rid myself of the Malenstein contract, it's a lot easier than ridding myself of the Tuck contract.
Exactly.
If you wanted to, and I don't think that this has to happen by any means, but all right, like why wouldn't you want to give a fourth liner 6 years? Because I don't know what that's going to look like in 3 years playing that style. He plays a hard game, right? Like he's throwing his body in front of shots and hitting more than anybody in the league.
Yep.
And part of his value as a fourth liner is he's like the fastest skating fourth liner in the league.
He's the fastest skater, period.
Right, he has the highest speed.
He hit the
in
highest
league.
speed, yeah.
So, like, that's a part of his value. Well, okay, if in 3 years the body is starting to deteriorate and I'm not really loving it as much, halfway through the contract, you could buy him out. It'll cost you $800,000. And, okay, that'll go into 2035. What, when the cap is $200 million? I got an $800,000 charge because I gave this guy 6 years? Who cares?
Yeah.
So, I think that the overpay for him is the term, and I'm just not worried about the term. I think, if you want to go to, is he worth $3 million right now? Is he worth Jack Quinn money? Probably not. But you're projecting out, fourth liners are going to be making $3 million as this contract goes. So I don't think it's that bad. You know, I might say the $1 million on Tuck would be more punishing down the road if things really went bad.
Right.
But that's just because the money is so much higher for him.
Yeah, that to me is where it. I like that point you were bringing up, Jeremy, about like, well, you know, this was kind of the amount. Like, it feels like the overpay is the amount that you were short on Tuck for. Why didn't you just like that? Seems stupid to not do that, but it's because the reality of the two contracts are so vastly different at the end of it that even if the Malenstein contract is a complete and utter travesty at the end of it, it's not killing you. You could move that. The Tuck one, if it's a nightmare, absolute travesty, worst case scenario, you're stuck with that. And there's no easy out of that. And so I think that's where you run into like, well, that makes a little more sense then.
I think the biggest criticism you could make of why I should have paid Tuck or why you shouldn't have, Yarmo said it. I would have had to lose a couple of guys if I were going to sign that. And, okay, who were the couple of guys? Malenstein might have been one of them.
That's right.
I might have had to say, I like him a lot, really good penalty killer, the fans love him, but, you know, I'm going to put Kozak in his spot at $800,000 instead of paying him $3 million because I'm going to pay Alex Tuck. Or I'm just going to replace him with cheap labor. I'm going to put in Josh Dunn at less than $1 million per year. Or I'm going to bring Tanner Pearson back at $1 million. Like, I'm just going to replace Malenstein for the league minimum. And I'm also going to have to get rid of Zucker, or I'm going to have to get rid of McLeod. And I think you could sit there and say, well, I'd rather have Tuck than those two players. I like those two players. I like Malenstein. I like Zucker/McLeod.
Yeah.
But if it came down to for them, I can either keep Tuck and get rid of two guys like that, or I could keep two guys like that and not pay Tuck. And I think if you lay it out that way, you know, I think it's more reasonable to say, yeah, those guys are guys you like, but Tuck is more important. Tuck's a better player. Tuck helps me win more right now.
I would almost always move to the side of, would I rather have the best first line in the league or the best fourth line in the league? And like, that's a slam dunk.
Right.
Where am I going to try and just like get by versus where I would spend the money to do it? But
yeah, I can get by on my fourth line.
And like that's a big part of this offseason for me is, you know, it's the same with we do this with the Bills. If they want to keep a player but they get priced out, we evaluate how they do with what they did, like whether that's Diggs leaving before he was supposed to, right? The Diggs explosion was not supposed to happen. He was supposed to be on the team. And then it blew up and they got a second-round pick. And how they do with their post-Diggs era. Not great at the position. They got good value for him in a second-round pick, but then spent 2 years with, like, patching it together, not having answers.
And then they spent the same price to fix it.
Right, and get an inferior player. You got the second for that guy, waited 2 years, spent a second on that guy, paid him more. He's not as good. So, you know, that charting the replacement has not really gone well, but you were kind of forced into it. Okay, so it's with Tuck, it's kind of similar to me where it didn't explode because of a bad relationship, but it was, he's going to go. All right, we want to sign him. We said we want to sign him. The captain said we want him back. Everybody wants him back. It's not in the cards. What are we going to do with it? Well, we'll trade his rights. We'll do the best we can. And I think there's something to be said for, I still want to see somebody else here as opposed to just, well, the kids. If it's just the kids, then really you kind of didn't have a plan or you weren't able to execute one. Because the plan was, if you had your choice, him. And since he decided no, the backup plan is just, well, without him then. I mean, Yarmo said we'll be okay, and he doesn't have to be wrong about that. But we're very much at a, okay, I guess plan B was just he goes. So.
Yeah, I mean, because they have to pay something in terms of who they're losing. They also would have to lay down their sword, probably, on any of the big ideas that are out there. They might not land one, so that's a risk, but one reason why you might not pay Tuck is if they had paid Tuck, trading for Hellebuck would be a lot harder. Trading for Barzal, anybody else, would be a lot harder if you had done that. But by not paying him, now it's kind of like the Skinner buyout for me. It's like, now I got this money, and what do I want to do with it? Like, okay, once they bought out Skinner, who had scored 24 goals the year before, was their leading goal scorer until the final month of the season. It was, I'm fine with that, but what are you going to do with it? And then they didn't do anything with it. And then it was more, I don't feel like they tried to do anything with it. This go around, it's, you don't sign Tuck, you've got more flexibility, you've got more of an ability to do something. At least they're trying, but are they actually going to execute it? And not just for this year, because this year the flexibility isn't all that much. By not paying Tuck, with Benson under contract, with Malenstein under contract, and only a couple of guys to sign going forward, like Ostlund and Quinn, next season you have $43 million in cap space because you didn't sign Alex Tuck. Are you going to use that to make yourself better? Because I want the answer to be yes on that. Otherwise, it'll become the Skinner thing, which is, well, I just bought him out to save dollars, not to actually make the team better. And I don't want that to become a thing with Tuck, where they're $10 million under the cap next year and the year after when the cap is rising, and we look back on their decision to not pay Tuck and go, well, they didn't do that to make the team better. They did that because they didn't want to spend that $10 million. $10.5 million.
803-0550 to join us. And 1-888-550-2550. Had somebody tweet at us. You want the lawnmower take?
Someone tweeted at us a
lawnmower take. It's a good day to do that. Get out in the mow the lawn,
Do it early.
Maybe do it early.
Might be too late already.
Yeah. Wrote, hot take / I will die on this hill take. The elite lawn mowing start time is 8 p.m. Best sunlight, no bugs, not too hot, beers socially acceptable. Thoughts?
I tend to like that.
8 p.m.?
Especially lawnmowers now have lights on them, headlights.
Yeah, it's summer though, 8 p.m. You're
fine. It's light out. There's something to be said for a lawnmower running directly next to you, like you're on your porch, you're at your house, you're in your yard. A lawnmower 1 yard over, a lawnmower 3 yards over, that's nice.
I'm into that.
That's a nice sound.
Yeah.
The white noise of yeah, landscaping.
For sure.
Someone working outside.
Yep.
8 p.m. though. The picture of this that this person sent.
Yeah.
They have lots of land. They're on a riding mower.
Yeah.
They're out there in the piece. Like, listen.
There's vineyards in the background
It looks like there's some trees or some vineyards.
Something.
Oh, yeah.
Getting out there on a mower if you're out in the countryside at 8 p.m., yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever see, listen, there's video games called, Lawnmower Simulator. Do you ever see anybody on a riding mower and it's a big, huge field, and maybe you don't want to do that every day or every week, but you think, man, it'd be really nice to get on that thing for about 30 minutes. Like to just turn my brain off and ride that mower for 30 minutes.
The simulator is pretty satisfying.
You play it?
Yeah,
I've had it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My old man used to love nothing more than when we still had the cottage up in
mowing the
Crystal
lawn.
Beach, than getting on the mower, and it was the perfect size. It was like a 30 to 40 minute job.
Yeah.
You get on there, you have 3 beers, and you just cruise.
That's a lot of
around.
beers in 30 minutes.
Hey, listen, hot day, summer. Coolers at the feet on the tractor.
Mm-hmm.
Good time. You jump in the lake right after.
Yeah.
That's when it's good. I'll do that at high noon. Get me hot, and then I'll jump in the lake. That used to be fun. I used to like doing that.
Yeah.
That's
no argument here on 8 p.m. It's a fine time in the country. I try to get, I like a 9 a.m. mow.
Yeah.
Start the day off.
Get the daily stuff out of the way so
Earlier.
then at 8 p.m. I can sit on the back porch and not be worried about mowing the lawn.
Look at the lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at the lines.
Admire
definitely.
the work.
Yes. Yeah, earlier in the day. But I think he's onto something here with this picture with the sunset. It does look pretty nice.
That's like taking the boat out for a sunset,
But I'm someone that would much rather, I guess mowing the lawn is your piece in this picture, and if you're out there in the countryside, I'd much rather mow that lawn at, if I could, 9 a.m. And at 8 p.m., I just want to sit in a chair.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, if you're
you want to be like this view that
you're on
he's
a riding
got with
mower,
the
though,
sunset
you are sitting in a chair.
and the countryside here, you want that view with that beer on a porch. It was what you want.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Because I want to be listening to stuff on my headphones when I'm mowing the lawn.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. Quiet on the rumor front today. That can only mean, I think, that things are about to go bonkers.
I mean, things will in the next
24 hours?
2-3 days, at least. Friedman said something about Bobrovsky, chance he could stay in Florida still.
If I see one more tweet about Jason Robertson, I'm deleting my Twitter app.
We haven't had one in a little bit.
I cannot. It feels like the hockey world is trying to get America to care about Jason Robertson, who is a great player, but just not working for me.
Michael Russo says that Dylan Larkin is still Minnesota, still in on that. Frank Saravelli says that the Blues have been telling teams that Colton Parayko and Robert Thomas are unavailable.
Mm-hmm.
A guy they agreed to trade 4 months ago is completely unavailable.
Mm-hmm. Fair, fine. What are the Blues going to do?
Also, there's this Connor Zary that looks like he's getting shopped by Calgary that I've seen some Sabre fans interested in. He's just a guy.
I'm excited for someone to screenshot the breaking news. Sabres trade for Edmonton forward Connor, and then it's cut there. Like, what? Connor Zary?
Although he's in Calgary, so that would be...
Oh, I just said Edmonton.
Maybe I said Edmonton.
Never mind. I take it back. 803-0550. We'll get a break in.
His problem is him and the coach don't get along.
Connor Zary's problem?
Doesn't like the system.
Who does?
Which, if I hear that complaint about anybody, shouldn't I apply it to Lindy also? Like, if you got a problem with your coach being too tough and the system being too disciplined, like, is Lindy going to be on board with a guy like that? I feel like my first thought would be no. They're like, why don't I just keep Krebs at that point?
We'll get a break in. 1-888-550-2550 if you want to give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook. Official poll up on Twitter that I like a lot. I like this question. And he wrote, what's a better bet for the Sabres? The goaltenders running it back and having the same level of success, or the kids effectively filling in the Alex Tuch hole?
Mm-hmm.
What's the better bet? The goalies are just as good, or the kids are able to replace Tuch in the aggregate? And it is 83% the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that, I want to ask you, you put the poll up, is that people simply believing in the kids and people not believing in the goalies? Right? Because, am I just voting against the goalies when I vote the kids? That I don't have faith that the goalies will be the same, even though it's very possible they can be the same.
Of course.
It's the same players doing the same thing as opposed to, newer players coming up and trying to replace a guy that was obviously really important.
Right, and we've talked so much about the volatility of the goaltending position as a whole. I think we saw it sort of the tale of two seasons where the regular season, I think the goaltending was a massive strength, and then in the playoffs it caught up to them, and they couldn't trust it, and I think it ended up really hurting them. And to me, this is the question of the offseason at this point for me. Like, what are they going to do? I think they've got one bullet left to use here, and what do you want to fix? What do you want to try to improve? And that's the basis of this question to me is like, do you think those goaltenders will do exactly what they did for you last year and be good and win you a bunch of games and get you to a good position? If you do, then I think that your answer to this is easy, and you go, listen, Let's just fill the hole that we have created with Tuch. We've sort of semi-replaced Byram with Zellweger, which I think is a very prudent move. But if we don't think that the goaltenders will do the same thing, then we've got two problems on our hands. Mm-hmm. And which do we think is more critical? And to me, I think if you've got any doubt about what your goaltending could be next year, that's the place you go, because those kids, I think should give you a lot of confidence that they can, in the aggregate, get you to a better place or as good a place as you were with Tuck. Mm-hmm. And to me, whichever one of those two things you have more faith in, the other one gets your bullet, and that's where you go. And that's what I think Jarmo and his team right now are probably sort of debating internally.
I mean, they still got good teams up there, right? Like
some.
You know when it will really hit the fan and when it will really become like a crisis in the sport. At least people will phrase it that way. Is when McDavid leaves. If McDavid leaves Edmonton
and Matthews,
right? If that happens in the next year, then all bets are off. Like now it's. Yeah, no one will stay here. And I think McDavid wouldn't even be leaving because he doesn't like Canada. He'd be leaving because he doesn't want to go his whole career without winning a Stanley Cup, I'm sure. But that'll get said. If the two biggest stars in Canada leave, that's going to be tough for them. It's more so, though, and I watched that whole clip on Overdrive. Like, one of the points they made is that it's going to be more the American players, though. Like, the American players not wanting to be in Canada. And now that USA Hockey has so many players in the league that are great. Canada, kind of funny enough, they have so many American stars, right? Like Matthews up there, Caulfield up there, Hellebuck. There have been others. And like Tkachuk was this, right? Like that's years ago now, but Matthew Tkachuk in Calgary. Like I'm not saying
Brady
Calgary.
Tkachuk.
Yeah, Johnny Gaudreau was playing in Calgary until he left. Like it just doesn't. That might be the better point, is convincing American players to stay out there.
Sel's here. He's State of the Team series wrapping up at WGR550.com. He's in the building and said I'll pop by. Sel, what was your reaction to the Milan Lucic news? I got a text here from Brett who wrote into me. Europeans would burn the city down. No one was around from 2010.
Yes.
Like hiring Milan Lucic as in a scouting role, according to Lance Lysowski of the Buffalo News.
I was surprised, but your clues kind of gave it away. I was actually driving this morning. I did not see the report from Lance. You brought it up, and I guessed it in my head, and I texted you. I go, I haven't seen it. Is it Lucic?
Yeah.
I didn't think about Brett Hall. I'm like, no, not at this point in life.
What was even my clue? Just like, we got to talk about it. You're not going to.
Your clue that got me was about Eric Stahl. Like, imagine
Carolina.
Eric Stahl.
It's
I'm
Eric
like,
Stahl.
oh, it's a guy that, like, who do we not like?
Yeah.
And the Sabres just haven't been in the playoffs enough to have heartbreak
Right.
It's got to be a guy that did something to you that you just get really mad about. But those are the kinds of guys that, you love them when they're on your team. You hate them when they're not. And we know why we have not liked Milan Lucic. But at the same time, I like the fact that the organization isn't going to shy away from bringing in somebody they think can help them, regardless of something like that. I still use the example of when Ryan Fitzpatrick said what he said about Brandon Spikes, and 2 years later, he's on the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, these things happen in sports.
Yeah. I also thought about Ralph Kruger as a guest before you had given that.
That
like he's coming in to be
weird.
Something in the front office.
Well, Sal, you, of course, were last week, the stadium, the ribbon cutting, and you've got a little bit still to do at WGR550.com with your State of the Bills series. So what's shaking?
Yeah, I just wrapped it up, published yesterday, the final installment of the State of the Bills series for the offseason 2026 specialists. And there's actually quite a few questions about the specialists. Number one, guys, we have yet to see Tyler Bass kick since last preseason. Yet he's the only kicker on the roster. And when I say we've yet to see him kick, I'm telling you, he didn't kick during minicamp. He didn't kick during OTAs from what we saw. Maybe he was doing it in a different capacity when the media wasn't out there. The fact that they did move off from another kicker they had on the roster is a good sign. The fact that Tyler Bass says he's ready, he's available, he's healthy, he's going to be fine, that's a good sign. I need to see it. I need to see the guy kick. I mean, what do we know what we're getting in Tyler Bass here until you get out to training camp? He's recovering from core muscle pelvic surgery last year. Really interesting, by the way. Did you know, I was looking at the numbers of him. He had the exact same field goal attempts and made in 2023 and 2024. Didn't kick in 25. 24 of 29. That's 82.8%. That is less than the league average. So on top of being healthy, he's got to come in and be better. Is what he has to be. That's number one question with the specialist.
Because the previous year, before he misses all last year with the injury, the previous year, before he kicked the 61-yarder against Miami, that was trade deadline week.
Yes.
And we were talking about replacing him a lot. It wasn't until he made that kick where it was like, okay, he's their kicker for the rest of the year.
That's right.
They had someone in the practice squad, didn't they?
They did. They had brought guys in to kind of just in case with insurance.
Competition a little bit.
Yep. And then last year he gets hurt, and then good on Matt Prater to kind of stabilize the position. They needed that a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And then the same thing happened at punter last year. They had to stabilize the position, and actually I think Mitch Wisnowski did a really nice job of that. Like, they didn't need him to be an all-pro punter, but he was very good. He was steady. He was reliable. And actually at the end of the year he had to kick off a little bit because more injuries started happening. And Prater missed time at the end of the year. Remember there were questions in the playoffs about Prater, right? But Mitch Wisnowski did a nice job. But the difference there is they drafted a punter. And I would think Tommy Doman has to be the front runner for the job. This is a kid that grew up in Michigan, punting cold weather, went to Michigan in cold weather, then transferred to Florida, and oh, by the way, has kicked field goals and kickoffs as well, especially kickoffs. To me, it would be a stunner if he is not the opening day punter. But, man, you come to camp, you never know. You have to still be able to handle it in NFL conditions and, at an NFL level.
They've also had punters and then, even one game in replaced guys, right? They don't usually get a long leash, especially when you don't have a contract.
I would say the only thing with him is you did use a draft pick on him. I know seventh rounder, so he gets the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
He's under a 4-year rookie contract, right? Instead of revolving, if he's good enough, he probably wins some sort of close tie there, right? So I think he's probably your guy. So I think kicker and punter, and then can talk about return in a second, but I just want to say how it's crazy. Reed Ferguson is now the only Bills player on this roster to span 3 head coaches. Rex Ryan, Sean McDermott, Joe Brady.
Back on kicker just for a moment. Do you think it's possible Prater's not done here and he just doesn't want to show up until training camp? Like you mentioned, he was injured in the playoffs, but then he went 5 for 5, 2 50-yarders, 6 for 6 on extra points. Like, he did well for them.
I'll tell you, now that he's not on the team, I'll tell you a conversation I had with him. I didn't want to say this during the season because it puts a little pressure on. But I will tell you, he said to me one time, he goes, I'm just here until Tyler gets healthy, and then I can go back to Arizona and be a part of my kids' lives. He goes, but I'm all in, right? But basically, I got the feeling that he didn't want to do that any longer.
Gotcha.
But once he said, hey, I just really want to support Tyler, be here till he's ready, and then I'll go back to doing my thing.
Gotcha.
Puntapalooza then at training camp, huh?
I think so, yeah. And I think we're going to have Returnapalooza. Who's the punt returner? Is it Khalil Shakir? I don't know. I mean, is it McCole Hardman? Is it one of these DBs?
Is it?
I don't know who.
Hardman's gonna make the team,
right? That's
the
way to make the team, right? Because they don't have there's no Brandon Codrington who you say, okay, he's going to get a shot to be the dedicated return man here.
Is it harder for somebody to earn a roster spot for just that when kick returner isn't as much? Like Ray Davis was an all-pro kick returner a year ago. I feel like a guy making it as a return-only specialist, it would help them if they could be the main guy at both. And
correct.
You really only need a main guy at one of the two, right? Like, they'll have two returners, though, won't they?
I think what you're saying is punt return, you kind of have, that's more of a specialist role. Kick return, you could put a running back there, a receiver back there, right? Like Ray Davis, okay. It's like,
yeah, I guess what I was trying to
kick return is more of a running play now, by the way. That's why running backs get more of that opportunity. Ty Johnson.
Right.
They could go with one, they could go with two. Punt return, you got it. That's to me a more of a specialized position, but we know Khalil Shakir can do it. Now I will tell you, I did ask Joe Brady about this a couple months ago at the Combine. Hey, what do you think about your return spot? About Khalil Shakir? And he said, ideally, you wouldn't want Khalil to be your main guy.
Okay.
But they are willing to do that if they have to.
I just over here doing some numbers. I'm going to be the one fool that all year says,
put Keon Coleman there.
Yes.
He led the NCAA in punt return yards last year at Florida State.
I don't think it's
He led in
impossible.
Total yards?
Total yards, not average.
300 yards, led all of football?
All of Florida, his junior year at Florida State, I believe he led the NCAA in total yards.
He had 25 returns and averaged 12 yards per return. I was immediately looking like, all right, what's the average in the NFL? I'm just going to say that because if they are of the belief that he can help them with the ball in his hands.
Sorry, no, he didn't. He was third. Xavier Worthy and Zachary
just
Branch.
a little bit of snark here. You're never more open than you are when you're returning a punt. He's open. Now you can get him the ball. Maybe he can make a couple guys miss. He's got good after the catch skills. Might be his best asset, and he doesn't have to get open. So give him the ball twice a game like that, and now your number one receiver, Shakir, or of course DJ Moore or Skylar Bell. I'm just going to continue to suggest him as an idea, not that he should be the favorite.
Jeremy, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. When you think of him, you're right. He's very good with rack, but you don't think of him as a quick twitch guy, which I think on punt returns a lot of time you got to make that first guy miss in a very quick second, right?
Yep.
And you don't think of him that way, but you're right. I mean,
but
he's
done
it. He's done it.
He did it.
That's right. And then once he gets going, he has an ability to be good in open space. And I don't think, I think there's a lot of stuff. It brings us back to Keon and wide receiver a lot, but there's a lot of stuff that people think about Keon because of everything's been said about him and written about him or whatever that just isn't true. Like Keon, for example, he's a good decision maker. I don't think it would be a problem. You put Khalil back there because he's going to make good decisions. I don't think you worry about Keon making bad decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I mean on the field decision maker, right? Like he understands the game. He's a good
in that position,
that's
especially
right.
whether to field it or not.
He might not make good decisions about showing up on time, like we know last year. But on the field, I don't think he's a bad decision maker.
Well, there are mistakes to make there. Like McCole Hardman fielded a punt and muffed one this year on one where they did not even have a return set up. So sometimes
That's right.
you make mistakes and it can cost you. So. I know we might not always think about that position as a very heady one, but they would need to, of course, trust whoever that is.
100%. And I think that's where that comes from. But we do know Khalil Shakir's back there. And then you do have Ray Davis. And I'm interested, and I wrote this at the website, WGR550.com. If Ray Davis is still your number one kick returner, does that impact his workload at running back still? Does he get more of a work at running back and you're still okay with him being your number one kick returner? Because I think a lot of that has to get baked in right there.
Yeah.
All right. What else is new?
The stadium real quick. I know you weren't out at the tour. It's phenomenal, and you're going to love it. And I told Jeremy in here, it really does resemble Tottenham Hotspur when you're inside now and you're underneath the overhang and you kind of get that feel and the music's playing right there. So it was really cool to be out there last week for sure.
I'm excited to walk the concourses and really get a feel for how much room there is, how much space there is.
Yeah, for sure.
Excited for that.
And I don't know where I land on all this Hellebuck stuff. You guys have got me twisted up. All your conversations about how good he can be for how long.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth going pretty far for it. Like, everyone's got a line, and maybe Helenius is the line. Maybe, Rudolph is the line. But I'd be willing to go pretty far.
I asked Max this morning, if you said you had to give up either Kulich, Helenius, or Oslin, like what order? You say, okay, I will give up this guy first.
I mean, Helenius would be last on that list.
See, I think Oslin for me might be.
I think Helenius is last for me, and I think the Sabres love Lucic, and I'm not sure what his value would be off of missing. Sorry, Kulich. Yeah. off what did I say? Lucic?
I mean, I think Kulich would be first for me, but I don't think they.
Great, I agree with that. They like him a lot.
And also,
I don't think a team is going to risk anyway. They don't know. Another team has to really trust.
Him being a part of a trade right now to me just seems like no chance.
Agreed.
Between what they think of him and the blood clot thing, what another team might think of that. Like, honestly, I think Oslin of the three is the most tradable. And I like him a lot. Like, I really don't want to see them trade him, but I feel like of the three, he's the one.
One other quick thing, when we were off air, you asked me about the 100 holes, and I wanted to get Owen on the 100 holes. Owen caddied for me. Owen, remind me how much rain you got.
0.
Yeah.
0.
He showed up right when it stopped raining.
It was awesome.
You should have kept him around. He was lucky charm.
Well, once it stopped, it stopped. But he got a chance to see how wet the course was and how, the conditions. But he did not get rained on.
Good. That's good. He made up for the coaching blunder he made at the 11-day power
What was the coaching blunder?
I mean, he was non-existent, and we got a too many men on the ice penalty in a charity hockey game.
A too many men?
I'm turning around like, where's the coach? We got 6 guys in the ice for 2 minutes.
I, for the second hour, thought, I'll go sit with the D guys this time because I opened the door for the forwards. I figured you're all adults. You can handle it. And then, the second shift, you guys went too many men. All right.
For a long time. He had the John Cooper get up on, though. Panama hat and whatnot.
All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
See you soon. All right, we'll be back, Extendo Sports, and wrap things up. Another day of the World Cup on the way. Norway, Ivory Coast, the first one up.
The thing that is still grinding my gears every time I see it is like, well, you can't trade for a 33-year-old goaltender. I just don't think he's old for the position. I know that we've talked about it a lot, and not everybody listens every minute of the show. Well, but do people know how many top goalies play well till they're like 38 years old?
Travis Yost had the numbers on this yesterday. Let me keep going. Let me find this yesterday from Travis.
Yeah, because it's just example after example after example. It is Fleury, and it is Fleury won a Vezina at 37, and it's Pekka Rinne being a top goalie. He might have won the Vezina also at 37 or 36. And it's Bobrovsky winning the cup, and it's Luongo. Go look at his numbers in Florida. Everyone back to Florida. He might have finished second in the Vezina at like 38. I mean, these guys, he was 35, Rinne, when he won the Vezina.
Yeah.
Just countless examples. How many do you need to see? The top goalies of the generation, except for Carey Price, who had a knee defect, made it that far.
It's a position that as you get older and you see more and more reps, you get better and better. It is. I've talked about why it's not as degrading on the body. I have not mentioned this point. That is, you learn more. And that position, what's the classic? It's 90% mental. It's all a head game back there. So the older and the deeper you get into a career, the more times you see the plays over and over again, the quicker you can recognize them and the quicker you get on top of them. The first thing that goes for a goalie is their eyesight, like an old person. That's what happens first. Remember Carter Hutton?
Yeah.
He lost his eyes. That was what went. His body was fine, but he just couldn't see anymore. That's what happens to guys. Like, that's probably like Luongo. I'm not positive it's for him, but I remember hearing a goalie talk about like the thing that got me was I couldn't see the puck anymore. Mm-hmm. Everything felt great. I was able to move how I wanted to. Everything was fine. Lundqvist could have kept playing if his heart didn't go. His heart went out. I mean, these are not classic, Price is the one where you can go like, oh, his knee rotted away. But it's not a position that guys just fall off a cliff on. You keep getting better.
And Luongo had Vezina votes at both 36 and 38 years old. He finished fourth and at 36.
Light day in the rumor department. We'll try to do better tomorrow. Want to make one up?
McDavid.
No, we shouldn't do that. Yeah. We have responsibility.
Well, you would make it so crazy that nobody would actually believe it's true.
McDavid wants to go to the Swedish league.
I was thinking like he's shopping for houses in Buffalo.
He likes the Frölunda jerseys so much he can't stop dreaming about playing in them.
That would be like, you don't get that in hockey. Like Messi leaving Europe to come play in the MLS because there's just like enough money to make him do that.
Yeah.
Like what if some Swedish team offered McDavid $70 million per year to come play for them?
Well, that's who that is.
Some trillionaire or billionaire as like I just want McDavid and I own a Swedish team.
We do have a team doing that. Matthew Fairburn says he can confirm among the staff moves for the Sabres that Lucic will be announced among them. We have that. You know who that is? Who goes and plays for the most money and not on the best tour?
Who? Oh, tour.
Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah.
Bryson DeChambeau's future might just be, I'll make $100 million and not play on the best tour. Like, I guess if that's what you want to do.
All right. Well, now he's going to do YouTube. He's not going to do either.
That's what I mean. Like,
yeah.
And I'm not
his whole competitive career
will
is
be
going to go up in
YouTube.
smoke.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be, can I break 80 with Walmart clubs?
It's a good gig if you can get it.
I mean, they're fun videos. But
yeah.
When that's your
I don't
number one
dislike
thing.
him. I just kind of like conceptually would think like, man, ducking the best of the best. I think it's kind of lame. But if you can make the money, you can duck them. All right. We're back tomorrow on WGR.